Alrighty, welcome back. Welcome back. Actually kind of pretty excited to be playing this, to be honest. Um, number one was like a phenomenal game, so yeah, I really am looking forward to this. Let me just do this stuff real quick. I wanted to be here a little earlier, if I'm being completely honest with you. I was like, I really want to I wanted to start streaming about an hour ago. But I have a story as to why that didn't happen. I lost my phone. Could not find my phone anywhere. Just could not find it. Just take bets. Take bets on where you think I found my phone. Take bets, because you're not going to get it. You're not going to get it. I guarantee you're not going to get where I found my phone. What are you thinking? Like on the floor somewhere? In my bed? I found it in the fucking fridge, dude. Somehow I put my phone in the. I don't even like. I was getting some food out of the fridge, and I put my phone down in the fridge, got my food, walked off, and I was like halfway through my meal, and I'm eating, and I look around. I was like, I wonder where my phone is. So I open the fridge, and it's just the same short that's just been sitting in the fridge playing on repeat. I was like, oh wow. So that was I've never left my phone in the fridge before. So I don't know if that bodes well for how good I'm going to go at reading, if I'm honest. I don't know how that's gonna... I don't know how that's gonna go, Chief. Hopefully it's not a problem. It should be fine. I really like the thumbnail for this stream, dude. Starward Vector has really cool art. I'm just gonna do some things. Then we'll get into it. I'm really excited. This game, I'm hoping it's just... Honestly, if it's even just remotely like number one, I think we're in for a really cool story. I think we're in for a good old fun time. So it only needs to be like just remote, and it seems like it's just better. Right, now if I just realized that I have put my headphones. You know what? It is what it is, dude. We can't fix all of my fuck ups in one sitting, but I've noticed that my headphones aren't in the headphone thing, which means I have no idea where my headphones are. Just a great, fantastic day, dude. We're off to a banger of a start, man. Just everything's missing. Yeah, so hopefully it's good. As I said, I played for about 5 minutes, and when I say played, I mean I skipped through all the text because I just wanted to see what like the layout of the game was. I was interested. Seems really cool. Seems really cool. Right, so I think we're locked in. I think we're dialed in. I think we're ready to go, dude. I think we're ready to go. I was gonna put my cam on for this, and then I looked at myself and I like saw what I look like in the mirror, and I was like, nah, dude. Nah, we look rough, man. It's because I stream after because I sleep from like. I wake up at what time is it? I wake up at about like 11 o'clock, and I go to sleep at like 5ish. So I perpetually look tired. It's just because I really enjoy streaming, and I can only do it at certain times. Right, I think I'm locked. I think I'm loaded. Prepare for a hopefully incredible story. Let's get into it, baby. Let's get into it. Citizen Sleeper 2, Starward Vector. Let's go. So yeah, that was I did one cycle, so you can see the, did I just press continue on that? Let's get a new game going, actually. We're gonna have a quick look, see it's got the same sort of set out as the other game. I haven't done anything. Um, oh, look at that. Wow, there's like a map and stuff. Rig. Okay, we'll read all this in a sec. I'm about ahead of myself. Let's go start a new game, dude. New game. This will erase the data, that's fine. We haven't done anything. So there's difficulties. Who want a unforgiving challenge? Well, it's the first time playing this game. I think we just go with like we don't play safe, right? We just go risky. We just go a little risky. Tutorials on, recommended. We keep tutorials on. Difficulty can be changed at any time from the pause menu. Okay. So it looks like... Can I get more information on these classes? Oh, I wish there was a do you want to confirm your choice? Let's go back and try that again. I was trying to read. Start again. Right, I wanted to see what the skills and stuff are here, because it looks like if you pick the operator, you can't use endure, and it looks like one of these, the operator, accuse stress to re-roll your action dice. +1 stress, re-roll lowest dice. -1 stress on focus die positive outcome. Focus config. Accuse stress to focus on an action dice. So I don't know what any of this means. +1 stress, +2 to lowest crew dice. So that one we can't do endure, it looks like. Here we can't use initiative. And here we can't use engage. I will say Mechanicus was super overpowered in number 1. I wonder if it's the same. Okay. Operators, sleepers are built to work drones and remote, but not being able to do endure seems terrible, dude. Operators have an expertise in working with interfaces and computer systems, but are physically fragile than other sleepers. Their reboot skill allows them to hack their own systems to re-roll dice, a risky, potential powerful move. Sleepers assigned to the operator work are usually cerebral and precise people. So their focus skill allows them to focus on a single task and boost their dice to excel in it. See, reroll was broken in the first game as well. But do we just play a Mechanicist again, dude, is the question. So what have we got? Interface. You know what? Let's just go with operator. Let's try something new. Re-rolling for +1 stress seems interesting. Alright. In the moment before waking, the dark space before conscious thought, you struggle to find the pieces of yourself. Usually these pieces come with a particular cadence, each appearing sequentially, like the boot process of an old terminal. First your body, artificial, compromised, but relaying sense of data all the same. Then its context, the breeze of air filtration, the soft contact of your birth in 0G. The emotion coming into focus, coming into your body, bringing with it the first instinct, the one that has framed your past 100 cycles, fear. Dude, what's this cargo button? We have fuel, we have 0 cryo, and we have 0 supplies. Sorry, getting distracted. But the familiar sequence does not arrive. Instead, You are unmoored in space, your body distant, your context silent, even your emotions somehow obscure and scattered. Among all the disarray, only one familiar thing arrives, the fear. It is a scrambled, panicked fear, the drowning fear, the falling fear, the fear that makes you reach desperately for any stable point. It is the fear that tells you something is wrong. Something is very wrong with you. Oh, thanks. Wake up, sleeper, the voice is whispered in your ear. An act that makes you suddenly aware of your head, pulsing in pain, your body rigid with tension. Sleeper, a familiar name. A mind copied, emulated, a body built, implanted, one person sleeping until their debt is worked away. Their double being made to work, to be consumed and eventually to be destroyed. A proxy, an emulation, a sleeper. That is what you are. But you escaped. You remember that now. Broke free from your corporate creators. S and ARP. Goddamn S and ARP's always at it, huh? In a search for a future, you cannot remember the details of your escape, but you know the fear has been with you ever since. All of a sudden you remember you have eyes, and your eyes flicker open. This guy, Lane, relentless, cruel, on your trail. Wait, this is... okay. Pale eyes in your face, Lane. The name comes with its own specific sensation of fear. One you recoil from instinctively. Sorry to interrupt, a sharp smile, but this ends here. You search your mind for more than a name. Is this how you reward me for my generosity? Lane is leaning over you, over your horizontal floating body, looking down in your eyes. I took you in, protected you, gave you a purpose. You try to look away, to the corners of your vision, to find something you understand. But your body does not respond. But I suppose that wasn't enough. He reaches into the pocket of his jacket and receives a small vial. This wasn't enough. The vial glitters, the object... oh, so stabilizer's still in the game. This object you know, and have known for a long time. Stabilizer. The drug that keeps your artificial body, your emulated mind, from inevitable decay. The only balm for your planned obsolescence. The liquid rolling in the vial fills you with disgust. Lane pockets the vial. But it would be wasted on you now, after what you've done to this body of yours. He looks at you with palpable disgust. Lane's eyes scan your body, and as they do, you become aware of the wires the tubes attached to you, those that are meant to free you from your dependence, from the stabilizer, from the control that grants Lane. They are free, you piece of shit. They don't need you anymore. The voice comes from somewhere behind Lane's head. It is a voice you know, but when you search your mind to try and understand why, you only find a dazzling darkness. Shut him up, Lane barks at command, and you hear the sounds of impact of pain from elsewhere in the room. You try to move your limbs again, but this time you feel a flicker, the twitch of a finger. You feel the extension and the compression of synthetic muscles. Wait, so we freed ourselves from stabilizer? And I guess that's why stress is a thing, huh? Free are you, Lane smirks. You were free when I disabled your tracker, when I gave you the stabilizer you needed. He scans your body with angry eyes. Now you aren't free. You're just broken. I had such big plans for you, sleeper. I invested in you. Lane grips your arm hard, and you feel a jolt of reaction. You will the arm to move, but you've ruined all that. Lane speaks louder, over the sound of the struggle behind him. I will try to preserve your body, of course. I have my own uses for it. Weird. But your emulation, you feel one of his hands searching behind your head. He finds and grips a thick cable running into the port at the base of your skull. I will burn that out. Lane jerks forward, slamming across the body, and then spinning away out of sight. You feel yourself rolling cables plugged into you, looping and wrapping around your limbs. Oh, who is this? A mysterious savior. He's got crazy nipples. Then you feel hands steadying you, pulling cables. You glance around wildly to see someone diligently unplugging you. You meet his eyes. Hey, he waves his hand in your dazed face. We need to move. Lane won't be out long. He unloosed the cable from around your waist. Sleeper, help me out here. You blink slowly. Do you know this person? He leans over you and you feel his hands on the connector, flicking switches, releasing locks. Come on, come on, come on. He tugs the connector clear and pulls you up. You see the room you are in for the first time, filled with tech and terminals, wires waving everywhere, all lit by windows looking out at an impossibly bright screen filled beyond. In the corner, you see the dark shape of a floating body surrounded by a glittering constellation of crimins and baubles. Is that blood? Move. You are wrestled and shoved towards the door, which slides open in front of you, and then you're out in all the brightness, all the movement, gliding hard towards some unknown destination. You come to a stop in a dark alley. The one who guided you here, pausing to catch his breath, he doubles over beside a massive life support unit that sends a lukewarm breeze across your skin. You stare at him, trying to recall anything about him. You notice his tattered jacket, his lightweight clothes. You remember this station runs hot. Something about power that flows through this place. He looks up and meets your eyes. What's going on, sleeper? He wipes sweat from his forehead, and it floats away in a swarm of spheres. Talk to me. Who are you? You see a concerned frown across his face. Don't mess with me, sleeper. That's not funny. He comes closer, eyeing you carefully. What station are we on? He narrows his eyes and waits for an answer. You close your eyes trying to recall. You force your way through the dark of the image of the station. No, a city growing on the back of a vast set of hexagonal solar cells, shadowed by them. You open your eyes. Dark side, the word leaves your mouth like an exhale, an instinct before you heard yourself sound it out. You didn't know it was there. Darkside's such a cool name for that's really cool. He sighs. And me? Who am I? Do you see something in his eyes? Panic, perhaps? You stare hard at his face, the slight upturn of his mouth, the intensity of the stare. Nothing comes. He closes his eyes and drops his head, putting a hand to his temple. The reboot, he speaks quietly to himself. Lane interrupted the process and he lifts his head and stares at you. We need to keep going, we need to leave. He turns and kicks off down the alley. Come on, the rig can't be far. You are led through the passages of the serviceway of the station and you try to recall your life here. The texture, the temperature of Darkside feels familiar, but you struggle to pin specific memories to it. Focusing hard, you recall waking up in these passages, cycle after cycle, the rhythms of the station flowing over you and along with the crowd. You recall desperation, the slow decay of your body that caused it. Then Lane, those pale eyes offering you a glittering vial stabilizer, the promise of supplying more for your work. A deal he locked you in like a cage. There your memory fails you. But in the dark beyond the moment, the residue of panic, of fear remains. You were Lane's prisoner, Lane's plaything. You shudder in a cold passage. It's the Lane guy. I don't like him very much. Wait. Your guide holds up a hand, and you stop your guide using the wall. Ahead, you see, the tunnel opens up into a wide open bay with a few doors leading to cylindrical tunnels, the docks. They're watching the rig. He nods towards the docks, and you see one of the doors has a couple of figures flanking it. One's covered in ornate tattoos, the other with bright silver implants along the cheekbones. What the hell is that? Are you? Utsubo, Lane's guys. He looks at you and shakes his head in frustration. All this, it's not coming back to you, is it? Something catches your eye and you see he is playing with a coin, nervously turning it over and over in his finger. He sees you looking and slips it away. He places a hand on his chest. I'm Seraphin, alright? He looks pained when he speaks. Lane, he was our captor, both of us. We did things so we could escape. We needed to reboot you, to break your dependence on stabilizer. He pauses. You know what that is, right? You nod meekly. But Lane interrupted me back there. The reboot didn't complete, and he sighs, shakes his head. We can still make this work. He looks back at the docks. I'll lead the way. You get the docking bridge open. If we make it to the rig, I know how to get us in. Got that? He searches your face for a sign of recognition. I got that. Get that door open. He pats you on the shoulder. I know you can do this. Seraphim kicks off hard and glides into the docks. Over here, shitheads, he bellows to the guards as he barrels through. They immediately push off the wall, giving chase. Oh, tutorial. During scenes, you may encounter skill checks where you can perform certain action using your skills. This is new. This wasn't in the first game. Like the dice action you will encounter later, skill checks have a positive, neutral, and negative outcome. The better the rating of your skill, the more likely you succeed on a check. The odds of success are displayed when you select the check. You can see more info in the guide section of the pause menu. So we of course, because we're an operator, we're going to try and hack. I'd be very interested in seed skills, if I'm honest. So it looks like we have drives again, which is cool. I did like the drive mechanic. You look already panicked at the tightly sealed door. Its control panel locked out. You hear a shout from somewhere nearby. You need to get it open, so we hack the door. Positive outcome, -1 stress. Is that a... I think that's my operator thing, right? I get minus... No, wasn't that the engineer that got minus stress for a successful outcome? I don't know. I wonder if just a positive outcome minus a stress. You shift to the control panel, your fingers dancing across the keys. Without thinking, you access the maintenance layer and trigger a fire safety venting procedure. The panel drones out a klaxon, and the door opens with a hiss. Go on, Seraphin files past you through the doorway into the docking tunnel. You turn to see the guards approaching fast across the dock and quickly glide after Seraphin. They love the word glide, dude. Seraphin was already at the rig's door inputting an entry code. The rig's door scissors open and you both rush inside. Quickly, Seraphin grabs you by the arm, drags you to the cockpit, the ship's layout hazy in your mind. He dumps you in a flight seat and straps himself into his own. You see a tape of series of buttons as he does, talking to himself. Come on. The rig's drive rumbles to life and Seraphin slams a button on the console. You feel the force of a ship accelerate as it pulls away. And we escaped. We escaped Darktide. Ooh, what a crazy, a 66554? That's a crazy first turn. As your ship glides into space of the connecting bridge, its automatic system nudged there by the port's docking protocols, you will feel a sense of relief. Seraphin burned hard out of Darkside and you dropped in and out of consciousness in your seat as the rig made its way across the belt. But now, with the open space between you and Lane, you feel fresher, more awake. Seraphin breaks the silence. We're good, sleeper. His eyes don't leave the monitor and you realize this part of your escape is routine for him. You and he must have docked this ship countless times in your work for Lane. The problem is, you don't remember any of them. The music's sick. We made it, he whispers, closing his eyes and letting out a sigh. We certainly did. He turns to see and you see a pained look on his face, as if remembering something difficult. Have you said this exact thing to him before? In this same situation? You okay? He looks, chewing one side of his lips, searching your face. Not really, he puffs. Seraphin reaches up, flicking through a set of switches in a practice fashion, completing the shutdown. You watch a little frustrated at your own uselessness. Running the rig, you realize it's just another thing you've forgotten. A clunk that runs through the wall of the ship is followed by a short, percussive alarm tone from the pilot's console. Docking complete. Seraphin kicks off from his seat, twisting as he guides past you towards the back of the cockpit. His hands find the rails on either side of the door and he pauses, facing into the corridor beyond. He turns back to you, backlit in cold cyan. We need a plan. He glanced around. Lane's not going to let us slip away quietly, he sighs. We need to talk. Seraphin furrows his brow. Not now, sleeper. We need to forget, he flinches, the words coming out wrong. We need to focus on something other than, he pauses, unsure. Us. He sighs. We need to survive this. The first thing, then maybe we talk. Fine by me. Seraphin nods, but the tension remains. Were we sleeping together, Seraphin? Just per chance? Per maybe? We have bought ourselves some time. He glances through the cockpit window at the blinking lights of the station. You may not remember Hexport, but I do. And there are plenty of opportunities here for us. If we can keep our heads down, he turns back to the corridor. That's what we'll do. He pushes off and glides towards the main dock, and you follow, pulling yourself along, hand over hand, in 0G. We already emptied the tank on this thing. He slaps hard against the ship's inside, so we need a refuel, and that won't be cheap. But if you and I know one thing, sleeper, it's how to work. I'll get myself reacquainted, see if I can turn up any old connections, people that might have thrown us an easy contract. He glances back over his shoulder. You keep out of trouble. Can handle myself. Seraphin stops at the airlock. Look, sleeper, you aren't yourself, he sighs. Stopping the reboot halfway through, he pulls a worn jacket from a locker and starts putting it on. We don't know what that did to you. He jams an arm into a sleeve. I don't want you passing out in. He stops. I'll be fine. Seraphin drops his head, swearing to himself. He grabs another crew jacket and thrusts it at you. Just put the damn hood up, will you? You take it and slip it on. Thank you. Seraphin nods. He stabs at the button to open the lock. The inner door hisses and Seraphin glides through. Wait for a bit, then leave. Anyone looking for us will be looking for two people travelling together. He looked at you in the worn jacket, a limited disguise for what is clearly a sleeper. We'll meet back here later. Any trouble? Same thing. Meet here. He surveys your disguise again and shakes his head. This is a shitty idea. He gives you one last look and maybe you find something to eat. Suddenly you recognize Seraphin's instinct to look after you. A flash of the relationship now lost to the reboot. Catch. Seraphin throws a handful of something towards you. You manage to grab the projectiles and when you open them, you see a stack of cryo chits. You should get some food. We'll need some more fuel and supplies, he grimaces. That just means odd jobs on the station for both of us. Seraphin kicks off and glides down the docking bridge. Don't go too far, alright? He shouts as you leave. Take it slow. And with that, he is gone, leaving the connection bridge and heading into Hexport. Docking concourse. You wait for a moment. Think about Seraphin. It's hard to know what is going on inside Seraphin's head. He is on some hapless escape plan with a friend who can't remember a thing about him. You try to imagine how close you must have been for him to agree to this, but it's painful to think about. That's all gone now, anyway. All you can do is move on. You shake your thoughts from your head and pull the jacket tight. Let's see what Hexport has to offer. You kick off and glide into the port. We have $24 roonies. Welcome to Sleeper Citizen 2. The game runs in cycles, during which you can perform actions using dice, cryo to buy food, fuel, supplies and items, progressing the clock towards new scenes and events. You can review the tutorial at any time and guide the section of the pause menu in the guide section. So what have we got going on here? Welcome to the character screen. Here you can upgrade and configure your sleeper. On the left, you can upgrade your skills to improve the skill modifier applied to your dice when you undertake the action. To the right, you can upgrade your push, the unique ability of your class. When upgrading your push, only one upgrade at each level can be active at once. You can configure which is active only while at the hub. No push damage on push reroll. So our skill is called push. Reroll +1 dice. So what is this? I wish I could have like a little info thing to tell me what this means, because it's just a 4 with a symbol. It doesn't really help me much. So -2 stress if reroll is a 6. Reroll a random dice but +1 rolled. A rerolled dice cannot be a 1. Reroll random dice but +1 rolled. So it's like guarantees that if you went down the right side of this, it seems to guarantee that you'd roll at least a minimum of a 3 on a reroll, which kind of seems okay. So this is Hexport, huh? Drives, no active drives. This is the rig. The rig is your ship and your home in Starward Belt. While the rig is docked at the hub, there are multiple areas you can visit. Bunks use dice to reduce stress. Gallery uses supplies to regain energy. Other locations will unlock as you play. While the rig is in dock at the hub, your crew will also help you gather resources and contribute to the upkeep of the ship. You can choose which resource they should focus on with the crew task menu to the left. They have a random chance of acquiring it at the beginning of the following cycle. You've put some distance between you and Lane, but you are sure as hell he'll close the gap as soon as he is able. This clock is a cycle clock. It will progress towards an event each cycle. Its completion will trigger a significant event. Seraphin. Well, I don't want to end. I just want to... Oh, okay, so I can tell Seraphin what to do. Or maybe we should put him on... we'll probably get fuel through the story. So we can go here to the bunk, we can input a dice, and that will recover stress. We have the rig gallery. We can make a meal with 1 supply to eat. We should probably just buy food. We have the map. We have the rig. What is... push L3 doesn't do anything yet. So we have Hexport Exchange and Hexport Docks. I think the Exchange might be a good idea. In Sleeper Citizen, you can perform actions by assigning action dice to them. The dice you assign, the more likely you are to succeed in the action. But your dice will be modified by your skill, same as the first game. Your skill modifier for the action is displayed on the right, and you'll reduce and increase the value of the dice assigned to the action. Like skill checks, dice actions have 3 outcomes: positive, negative, and neutral. Each action is also rated safe, risky, or dangerous based on the outcome it has. The more dangerous an action, the more significant both its rewards and consequences are. Oh, I didn't know that. So if I do that, I wish I had numbers rather than symbols. Interface skill proficient. Because that turns this 4 into a 5. And this turns this 5 into a 6. Now we're going to leave. Sorry, I was going to figure this stuff out. So it seems like at this interface level of level 2, we have +1 to roll dice when it comes to interface. So if we upgrade this and this, we'd also be able to get +1 in initiative and engage. We're going to suck at engineering though. Engineering is my favourite task though. Alright, so let's impress the brokers. New location discovered. You just progressed a clock. Clock tracks your progress towards both positive and negative. Yes, we know what a clock is. So we discovered a new location. What did we discover? We discovered the trade hall. Okay, so here we can buy supplies, we can buy fuel. Fuel's relatively cheap, so I'm glad I kept him on cryo. I can fill fuel. Supplies are kind of expensive. Interesting. So what have we got here? Hexport connections. Let's do this. Big. So we just unlocked a bar. The Benz. Here you can eat in exchange for Cairo. Eating gives you energy. SSR is a spacer gambling game with custom magnetic dice. Let's gamble straight away. Okay, that's huge. Let's max our energy out. Very big. Let's go back to the Hexport Hall. No. Let's go back to the exchange. Come over here. Throw this in. Fully understand the rules of the exchange. New location discovered. Hexport Cantina. Here we can eat at the cantina for $13. Right. Oh wow, okay. I didn't realize I could move. I don't know why I didn't realize I can move. Of course I can move. So I think we come back to the docks. We'll just have a look at this. Plus for 50%. So we're probably gonna do... Probably do that, but I want to... So we don't have... It looks like we don't have like skills like in the first game. I really liked the leveling system in Sleeper Citizen 1. They really did they really were awesome. It seems like they've they've kind of nailed, because it seemed like outside of the first couple of cycles of the first game, really who you picked didn't matter because you could just spec into whatever. But this one seems way more fine-tuned to what sleeper class you are. So like operators are actually going to be good at operating, whereas like engineer in the first game, which is what I played, the mechanicist, you could really just become a phenomenal operator and, you know, like use the skill to re-roll dice, which was I think initiative. So it seems like this is way more focused on your actual class that you pick at the start of the game, which I do like. I'm interested what these 3 yellow lines underneath my dice are and what these white circles above are. I imagine the white circles above are stress. And we had actually a phenomenal day one, I think. You've used all your dice for this cycle. You need to end the cycle at your ship, the rig, to re-roll them. As you were gliding, dude, they love the word gliding. Across the dock concourse you hear a scuffle, the noise of Ray's voices cut through the conversation drifting out the dockside shops. Glancing down an alley you see a huddle of figures shouting back and forth. You spot one man in the middle of the group surrounded, pushing the others back as they grab the bag slung over his shoulders. Okay, so we kind of suck. So we're going to want to use intuition. You don't like the way it looks, but then again, Seraphim told you to keep your head down. So there's a 25% chance this just goes badly. Positive outcome. You look around for something that could break up the fight and you see a thick cooling pipe running down the alley wall. You quickly try to understand the system and choose a valve to start spinning. As you do, the system begins to vent in a sequence down the alley. Violent jets approach the group. There's a scramble in the alley, and you spot the figure who is being attacked drop the bag to the alley floor, and then the scene is blackened in pale cooler and everything goes still. The clouds settle and condense on the pipes. As they do, you see a clear alley, the assailants having fled, with one figure gliding towards you. Oh, this guy's big, bro. He could have taken him. He's a stubborn salvager captain. I suppose you think that was clever. It gives you a severe look. You're either very smart, he shakes his head, or very lucky that those jets missed me. Which one is it? I was helping. The man laughs. Well, he shakes his head. Thanks, I guess. He kicks off and drifts past you. You watch the man go, and then, after a moment, he stops and turns back. He rubs his forehead, looking down. As he does, what's your deal anyway, he sighs. Maybe you're new here, but Hexport is no place for do-gooders. You needed help. The man smiles. I don't think so, he shakes his head. Bunch of cowards, idiots too. Getting beaten up over some scrap. Look, let's not hang around, alright? The man pats his chest. I'm Femi. He unshoulders one of the bags and pushes it towards you. Make yourself useful. Let's head. You get the strap of the bag over your shoulder and follow him through the docks, gliding past the concourse towards the connecting bridges. He cuts down a side passage, looking back to check you are following, then he stops at a docking bridge connecting to a dull green ship with yellow markings. You look at the viewing window at its old catamaran-like shape, seemingly built from 2 separate hulls welded together. Campbell Crush, he says, and you assume that's the ship's name. Nina! Headstrong and spirited salvager. You know what would be really, really cool? If this was Nina from... because it was Lemon Nina, right? Or am I making that up? Was it... no, it was Mina, not Liam. Ah, that sucks. Fem, you bring it in strays. A young woman, brightly dressed and stretching as she guides, drifts into the passage. She glances at you. No offense. Nina, Femi shakes his head. This one, he squeezes your shoulder. Help me fend off some Hexport scum, or you were busy sucking yourself. Nina raises an eyebrow. I'm sure you could handle them, big brother. Her glib response hides the flash of concern that passes across her face. You can't tell if Femi noticed. Nina turns to you. Thanks, she smiles sweetly. I'm sorry for my brother. She shoots a glance at him. Just in general. Nina, Femi murmurs. Enough now. He reaches over and takes the bag that you're carrying. Nina rolls her eyes at you, but stays silent. Factory row wouldn't take these. Femi hefts the bags. I'm gonna load them back up. Maybe we'll find a use for him. He turns back to you. Thanks for the assist, sleeper. He nods firmly. Not what I expected. He slaps the bottom of the bridge door and kicks off along the docking bay on the way to the Campbell Crush. Nina looks at you with a raised eyebrow. Hope my brother was joking, or did you really help him? It was nothing. Humble and a hero. She laughs. Thank you. She looks back at the ship. My brother needs help more than he admits. What do you mean? I don't know if... She smiles a tight smile. I shouldn't have said anything. She pauses thinking. I want to ask you something. She takes a deep breath and gives you a direct look. What is she building up to? Are you looking for a crew? She looks away. Sorry to be direct, but you seem like, well, if you're on Hexport, maybe you are with a crew. She stops herself. I mean, maybe your crew needs crew. Maybe you're looking? I am. She struggles to hide a smile. Neil looks back at the ship and then at you. Look, I'll be honest, being on a crew with my brother is nice. He is suffocating me. She frowns at her own bluntness. Not a kid anymore, you know, but he still sees me like one. She shrugs. I want to show him I can handle myself. I need experience. I need to run some contracts. She gives you a determined look. What do you say? I'll think about it. I'm a good salvager. Alright, you can use me. She smiles. I can spot things, find gaps, ways in. She folds her arm across her chest. I know what I'm doing. Femi taught me well. She glances back at the ship. Just consider it alright. Let me prove myself. Suddenly a shout comes from the ship, echoing down the passage. Femi makes both of you nervous. Nina looks in his directions. I should go. She pushes off towards the docking bridge. I'll be waiting. Nina gives you one last glance as she departs and then disappears into the docking bridge, leaving you alone in the passage. New crew available. New location discovered. Where is this location? The warehouse. Does this mean we got Old Bud as a or we should rest? Why does it require dice to rest and recover? Oh, sorry, no, we don't need a rest. We want to end cycle, sorry. We're in trouble, sleeper. Seraphin leans into the bunk as you're getting up. Without further explanation, he disappears down the corridor towards the rear of the ship. You drift out into the passage, pulling on your clothes, and glide down the length of the rig, the cool air making you shiver. Seraphin is a silhouette silently leading the way. He stops at the far end, diverting through a side door, shooting you a glance as he does. You find Seraphin inside, holding one of a tangle of thick tubes that are waving in the 0G engine room. You know what these are? Fuel pipes? He shrugs. Close enough. They're the engine feed lines. He waves one in the air. And before you ask, no, they are supposed to be waggling loose. What happened? They must have broken loose when we pushed the ship hard on the way out of the dark side. He looks at the mess. We are lucky the reserve tank is empty, otherwise he shakes his head. This would have been bad. But he pushes the pipe to the side. No feed from the reserve tanks means that the rig's range is limited to only the local region only. He thumps the large lumpen house of the engine. The thing is, this thing can't take us anywhere, so we fix it. That's the short of it. We got some good rolls as well. Seraphin whacks the engine housing again, harder this time. Just not been our run of luck. He turns to start gathering the tangled feed lines, his frustration evident in the violence of his movements. We will need a new set of these, that's for sure. He starts forcing them into a crate. So how about you try to track them down? I'll take a look at things here, see if I can figure out another fix for the reserve tank. He glances up from his work. From what I've heard on Hexport, Factory Row is a place where you find ship fitters. Maybe you can do some recon while I sort this place out. It's on the other end of the station. Okay, I'll take a look. Seraphin keeps working. Wait. Seraphin pauses, seemingly unsure. There's something else. He drops the felines as they float, waving in the air like a tubular seaweed. I've heard word that Lane is on the hunt, he frowns. A message went out everywhere in the local radius of Darkside. He's looking for us. We can't leave. Exactly, Seraphim sighs, which is why we need those feed lines. I'm going to try and work something out. Maybe I can improvise a solution. I don't know. He looked down. I'm no shoplifter. Sorry, shop fitter. But while I do, you go hunting, see what you can turn up, okay? He smiles a weak smile. Get going. You leave the engine room, the clanking sound of Seraphim's clean-up efforts echoing through the ship. Fuel feed line is the next step. You take a deep breath and you head out. You've discovered a drive. Drives help you track and choose your objective in Citizen Sleeper 2. The arrow button at the top left opens the drive menu where you can choose to drive the track. Once the drive is tracked, a yellow mark will be placed above the location that relates to the drive. Drives have two types, major and minor. On completion, a major drive rewards 2 upgrade points and a minor one rewards 1. That's new. Keep an eye on the drive menu as you progress to see new opportunities and the objectives available, and track those you want to pursue. Wait, did I just accidentally end cycle? Oh my god. That's fucked myself. Dude. That's... far out. We went from having such a nice little... Dude, Dude, we got actually fucking wrecked here. Right. How would I re-roll my dice, do you reckon? Because currently we're... Right, so we're gonna have to do this. I can't believe I did that, man. That really just made that unnecessarily difficult, but it's fine. The negative's only minus energy, and we have money currently. Sell raw scrap. We have interface. We shouldn't waste our interface on that. Let's just use our shit dice on this, because it seems like the negative outcome's just minus energy. Factory row houses you glide through its cramped passages. Whenever its many bays and rooms once were, they now serve as containers for industry of every kind. Whirling manufacturers, precisely engineered components and rapidly shifting arms, while scrappers hammer increasingly bent ship plates. Everywhere you look, there is energy and activity for good reason. Hexport itself is built on the derelict fragments of a solar reflector, and even that small amount of energy generated by its remaining mirrors is enough to power a city of machines. It's familiar to you, of course, in a strange, far-off way, because of Darkside, the place, and your memories of it are a muddy haze, but it's hard to forget the glint of the hexagonal reflectors, 10 or 20 times more in number than Hexport's, and that wild flickering city growing on the back like a tumour. In comparison, Hexport feels provincial. Provincial? Yeah. But deep in Factory Row, you could almost be back in Darkside. And then you see them, tubes, just like the one Seraphim had waved in your face. The feed lines. You push over to the display window of the unit marked Kerosene Supply. In a block capital letters cut from hull plate, there amongst the angled shelf of an oversized shift component sits the feed lines, in some large biomechanical tangle of snakes. You slip inside where the sound of factory row is a little screened, and you spot a large figure working at the bench, hunched over, concentrating. It seems like he doesn't notice you enter. Hello. This guy's big. Sharp eyes glint as the figure looks over your shoulder. Can I help you? His accent is heavy, but unknown to you. Those feed lines? How much? There's a sharp click as Kirsten places his tool and the components against the mechanic plate on the wall. He turns with a surprisingly grace and begins cleaning his hands on the cloth. Those sharp eyes scan you, but Kirsten's thickened features do not betray the result of assessment. Custom built those for a client that never came to collect. He looks at his hands while speaking, checking for stray oil stains. You have one of the old MEVs then. He sounds out the letter in a way you don't recognize as he speaks. You try to recall anything about your ship, but the memories elude you. Perhaps Seraphim should have come along. I think so. He squints a little. Right. Look. Custom drifts over to where you are from standing. His imposing height evident. For a fellow enthusiast like you, he continues in a distinct monotone, let's say a few hundred cryo of clean chits. He shoots a glance at the feed lines. 400, let's say to be precise. 400. 400, he says back, repeating the question without the emphasis. It's expensive, I know, it's a shame, but it's just what they're worth. He screws up his mouth a little into something that might be a smile. However, I'm more of a bartering type myself anyway. Barter sounds good. He nods sagely. There's a little favour I need a crew for, and well, you look like you might be a good fit. He tucks his cloth into his pocket and clasps his hands. I know of an old Solheim wreck out there, very old, pre-collapse. It's tucked away in the dead zone so no one has ever really cut it, he shrugs. Not only that, but Solheim's derelicts have a habit of triggering nasty security protocols when you approach by an unfamiliar ship, so it's been left well alone. But a salvager like you, with an old Solheim rig, I bet it wouldn't even flinch if it saw you coming, he smiles. I have a special interest and need for that tech. All those Solheim ships had a data core, and while I don't care about the accounting reports, the material ledgers, or whatever they kept on the damn thing, I do care about hardware. So if I was to find you back here with that data core in your cargo hold, clean cut and complete, well then, I could see my way to doing a straight barter for those feed lines. You'll just need the coordinates. Let's do it. Right then, he looks out a heavy hand for you to shake, but you automatically reach out and he grabs your forearm instead. He pulls you close, squeezing your arm. Let's keep this between us, alright? He half smiles, his face huge and close. It's a deal. Before you can respond, he thumbs a little drive in your palm. Those coordinates. Then he lets go of your arm, and what you swear is a wink. You take a moment to gather yourself. By the time you do, a whirling fills the air, Kerosene having returned to his workbench. You turn and glide out of the supply with a growing mix of anxiety and excitement in the pit of your stomach and the cacophony of factory row in your ears. A contract Seraphim might even be impressed, but you look at the drive in your palm and smile. This could be a route out. You think of leaving the place behind in the possession of an improved ship too. Suddenly a small but firm hand falls on your back and an equally small voice coming with it. Hey, wait up. Judy. You turn in the passage to see a young woman, her hand waving from the rapid glide. She clearly just came out to catch you. She steadies herself using your shoulder. Sorry, she smiles, a quick and flat smile. Wanted to catch you. I'm Junie. Her dark eyes flicker around nervously. You notice the portable terminal she carries, something data scrappers call a deck, and her backpack full of components and trailing wires. Do I know you? She pauses, confused by the question. No. She pauses again. Kerosene, she starts, still catching her breath. He sent me to grab you. She smiles, a flat smile again. Wants me to come with you on that job. Her eyes shoot down to the drive in the palm of your hand. She smiles again. Why didn't he tell me? She glances back toward Carstein's. I guess he forgot? He does that sometimes. She looks sheepishly at you. He just grabbed me after the two of you were done talking, so Kerstin always sending me on things like this. I guess he wants me to help you out. Keep an eye on things, she pauses. I can be pretty helpful. So, she looks around the passage. Should I meet you at your ship? You can tell me when you're ready to go. Sounds good. Okay, great. Her eyes light up. She notices she still has the hands on his shoulder and takes it off. Junie pushes off and waves, looking forward to working with you. She calls back like an afterthought. What about the ship? Oh, I'll find it, she calls back and then disappears down the passage. You watch her go, glad of the contact but nervous too. Will Kirsten keep up his side of the bargain if you deliver? I don't know about this, sleeper. Seraphim looks nervous out of the rig windows as you finished explaining Carsten's deal, as well as Junie's offer to help. If the job was easy, Carsten would have done it himself already. It means there's a catch. He frowns at the stars, and there's definitely something going on with the Junie girl. He shakes her head. She would be useful though, no doubt. Seraphim shakes his head. And we're in desperately need of help on a job like this. What if we get the cryo together and buy the feed lines? Is that even possible? I found a contract board at the exchange further in station. He gestures towards Hexport. We take on a job that might get us some of the way towards buying those feed lines. Plus, even if we do want to take the casting job, a bit of money to get ourselves prepared wouldn't be a bad idea. Fill up on fuel supplies, be ready for whatever's to come. I'll take a look. Good. While you're at it, you might want to see if you can scare up some freelance crew too. He shrugs. Many hands make light work and all that. Or we stop messing around, we take Carson's job right now, get it done before he can think twice. Seraphim yawns. Seems like a whole set of bad options to me. Either way, I've still got work to do on the drive. Seraphim nods a farewell, heading back to the engine room. Let me know what you decide. For a moment you pause, letting the haze of the plans and the ideals settle in your mind. Suddenly you curl up, pain shooting along your spine. You grit your teeth, your muscles lock tight, your vision narrow as you squeeze your eyes shut. You feel a shift as some connection has broken. It's almost impossible to describe, like you're floating away from your body, dispersing, dissolving. There is nothing familiar in the pain, nothing to hold on to. You grit your teeth. And then another shift comes and you're back in your body, trembling against the metal wall of the passage. The pain slowly fades, becoming a pulsing throb. And then the residual figure. You flex on zero's G, stretching out the tension. The strange sensation of distance that persists beyond the pain, a disconnection between your body and yourself, a flickering numbness that refuses to reside. You wonder if the reboot had done something to your body, or if this is some new sensation that you have to live with indefinitely. It strikes you that you know little about the body that houses you. It could be moments away from collapse, or it might be perverse for countless cycles to come. Preserved, sorry. Try to shake off the feeling, pushing your hands against each other until they feel like they're yours again. There is only one thing you need, and right now, it feels like it's running out fast. You head for the airlock, you have work to do. You have unlocked a contract on the map screen. Contracts are high-risk, high-reward jobs that you and your crew can take on. Contracts require preparation and care to succeed. You need to gather fuel to travel to the contract, gather as many supplies as you can afford to keep your crew going. Look for opportunities to recruit crew, temporary or permanently, to help you on a contract. Consider which crew to take carefully. They have different skills and stress resistances, and who you choose can affect the story. Once you're ready, you can select the contract from the map and then your crew to proceed. Extract data cores. Requirement. We lose 3 fuel. Interesting. So we need fuel. Contract board. So we can input 10 cryo station. A Conway signal they connected. The supplier. Do this. This might be terrible. +8 cryo. Nice. How much does fuel cost? There we go. Fuel. Supplies are expensive. We have 10 cryo, just enough to buy the signal contract. Disable signal core station. Management has located a conway signal they're concerned. We should buy that. -2 fuel. Conway signal risky. Interesting. Can't believe I wasted my really good all my good rolls on that day. That sucks, dude. Just a whole day wasted because I accidentally pressed end cycle. This is a good day though. How come I lost $4? I had 10. Why have I lost? No, sorry, I would have had 0. I got $6, I'm assuming, from that. I think we do this, right? Not available. Should we look for more crew real quick? Swift scrap soul. What's this? Give that a crack. Okay, that just gets us money. Contract board. Right, so we should go and do this job here. See if this helps. It's a drone, Seraphim spots the signal source. First, the light barely shimmering off the dark hole plane, a design trait that betrays its covert use. The flash catches your attention and you see a rent in the hole through which red lights pulse. Wounded Seraphim shakes his head. Wish they finished the job. You've seen one before? Seraphim looks back over his shoulder towards you. We've seen one before, don't you? He sighs. Sorry, I know it isn't your fault. He looks at the drone. Lane had us work on one in Darkside, though it was barely a shell, disarmed and deactivated. He had us searching through its guts for salvage. Even that one gave me the creeps, and it had its core ripped out. He pushes the ship closer. This one's still alive. Seraphim carefully glides the ship closer. You watch the drone. The system is full of those things now, running missions for their operators. Rare to see one out in the belt though. Maybe got hit during a run-in with Sunset Stat Mercs. It looks like it's drifting. Most of the system's blown out, but look there. He jabs a finger towards the red light on the far side of the drone. It's still broadcasting and maybe receiving. Can it attack us? Unlikely. Would have blasted us already if it could. You can try not to dwell on the thought. Seraphim brings you closer. What I remember from the Darkside job is that the central core and the broadcast array need to be shut off to kill these things. The core will turn off the local systems and the broadcast array will sever the link to the Conway operators. Seraphim swallows. But you can bet those systems are protected. Explain. Your attention is suddenly drawn by a shudder from the drone, like a tremor running along its length. That thing is rigged to blow Sleeper, he frowns. We'll go slow and careful, and we don't touch anything we don't know about. You nod along automatically, slow and careful. Seraphim brings the rig to a stop, close enough for you to cross through the open space and reach the drone's hull. Let's suit up. You head down to the airlock to to prepare. As you get suited up, you can think of the corporate war taking place in the inner system. The war that this drone was driven from. There's a war going on? Out there on the shore of the conflict, the biggest danger is that of flotsam and jetsam. Drifting in with the tides and the orbits of the system might one cycle bring the war with it. For now the belt is outside its reach, but looking out at the red pulsing drone, that doesn't give you much comfort. Welcome to your first contract. While on a contract, you will be able to assign 2 dice for each crew member, as you would assign your own dice. Oh, my dice are different. Pay attention to crew skills and use them effectively. On certain outcomes, crew will take crew stress. When their stress is full, you will no longer be able to use them to perform actions. While on a contract, your energy bar will automatically be supplied for each cycle that you have available supplies. I only brought 2 supplies. When your supplies are depleted, both you and your crew will take 1 stress per cycle. Contracts have their own contract stress. When the bar is filled, the contract will fail. Good luck. Fuck. Okay. Shit. Maybe I should have been better prepared for this. I don't have enough supplies, I don't think. Drone stress. Rigged to blow. Broadcast access. Far out. It's actually, yeah, okay. We should have brought more supplies. So if we do something like that. Holy shit, that takes us to 1. So how do I swap? I brought that other lady with me, right? Dude, this doesn't seem great. I swear I brought a lady with me. Why can't I access... we're probably going to fail this, I have a feeling. Oh my god, it went up by 1. A contract, you can use your push ability once per cycle to give you an edge. Pushing a Q stress will give you a key advantage based on your... Okay, how do I use my push ability? Oh, I just do that. Oh wow, we're already close to losing. It's already about to blow up. Fuck, this sucks. Gain some stress. As your stress increases, you'll have a higher chance of taking damage to your action dice each time you roll. Oh, doesn't seem good. That's what those little bars underneath my dice are. You hear the beeping immediately. Among the chambers and cabling of the drone's interior, something has started counting down. Shit, Seraphin's voice comes hissing through the suit com channel. This is what I was worried about. Are we screwed? I can't be sure. Seraphin has dropped his voice to a whisper as if it might make a difference. Either this is about to send out a distress call or it's about to blow. We've got to shut the system down fast. He pauses. Then we move on to the other side because I bet you there's a surprise waiting for us there too. You take a moment in silence. Alright, time to deal with this fast and get over to the other side before something happens. Fuck. Drone death. Negative outcome possible and stress. Yeah, this is not ideal. I've actually kind of cooked this pretty badly, to be honest. You are now starving. Yes, thank you, game. And then I've got to hack into here, which I just don't think I can do. Core disabled, and now I've got to break into this. And I have an absolute dog shit chance of doing it, and I'm starving to death. Well, oh no. Oh, we are in trouble. I don't really understand this whole, like, him having dice thing, if I'm being completely honest with you. Oh, hopefully this doesn't fail. Oh wow, we're actually like accruing crazy stress. So we should have brought more supplies, it looks like. Oof, you've taken dice damage when you dice roll at the start of the cycle. Broken dice cannot be used, however, on a safe difficulty they can, and they count as a 1. If you have too many, feel stuck, consider switching to a save in the pause menu to give yourself a chance to recover. If you have many broken dice and feel stuck, consider switching to a safe in the pause menu to give yourself a chance to recover. Okay, what does that mean? Does it say consider lowering the difficulty? Is that what it means? I think I'll be fine, dude. This has just been a little bit of a fuck up, that's all. By a little bit, I mean kind of a major fuck up. The thrumming impulse in the interior of the drone goes still for the first time since you boarded it. You look across at Seraphin and share a smile. You exhale so loudly it can be heard over the suit's shared comm channel. The drone is dead. Seraphin slaps the metal inside of the drone. Too easy, you ugly bastard, he grins. You make your way out back to the hull, the drone now faintly rolling in one direction. It stabilizes offline. You and Seraphin guide out across the hall towards the rig. Feels good to shut down corporate property, smiles. They deserve everything they've got coming for trying to take Helion back. You reach the rig's airlock and take one last look at the drone's dark hull. It catches the light as it rolls in the vacuum. At some point in the near future, this drone will likely be smashed to pieces by one of the many asteroids of the belt spread across the place like twinkling dust. The thought pleases you, as does the thought of that Cairo export now owes you. Time to go collect. Far out. We kind of sucked at that one, dude. -5 stress during travel. That's huge. Leave. After docking at Hexport, Seraphim lets go of the controls and leans back in his chair. Feels good to make a contract work, he smiles, no matter how we pull it off. It's hard not to agree, and it feels better when the Hexport courier comes with a lockbox full of chits. Lane may still be hunting you, but this should help in the efforts to slip his net. Damn, and every single one of those days that we spent on the job. Far out. 2 upgrade points. Right. Starving. Okay, so I feel like we gotta do this. Then we come here. We buy 2 fuel. We fill supplies. And I feel like we do something like this, right? This might be a bit cheeky. We do this. Come over here. We go to the bunk. Lower the stress. Huge. How do I repair? Is the question I want to know. So raw scrap, I can work here. -3. Right, so does this, like last time I selected somebody for that other job, she didn't come. Confirm crew. Selected, filled, we have 2 people. Did I accidentally unselect her? It's been a bit of a rough ride so far. The Solheim derelict fills the cockpit windows, all twisted plates and skeletal strutwork. You watch in horror and fascination as Seraphim completed the approach, both of you in silence at the presence of the decaying beast. Now, as you settle in beside Seraphim, is the first to break the silence. This thing is already dead, he shakes his head. It's a corpse sleeper. He nudges the ship closer, looking for a place to dock. I touch that thing too hard, it will crumble into dust. Let's not do that. Seraphim does a little mock salute. Aye, aye. He rolls his eyes. Any other tips? Take us up there. That's the bridge. Ginny points towards one end of the ship, and both you and Seraphim turn around, having forgotten she was even in the cockpit. She hasn't said a word since you departed. She glances at you both of your bemused faces. What? She looks away. Sorry, that's where we needed to go. She stops pointing. Seraphim nods towards Ginny. She's not wrong, Sleeper. The bridge would be a good start. Assess the wreck first. Junie settles silently back into her seat. She looks away out the cockpit as you are unsure if she's upset or just embarrassed. Carefully, Seraphin... Sorry, I was just like, maybe we should assess the whole ship before we go straight for what we need to go do. Seraphin brings the ship close to the derelict and guides it along the hull. The rig's light ripple over the broken surface, finding gaps and cracks everywhere. It seems remarkable that the derelict is still held together. Shit, Seraphin hisses. A huge spinning piece of debris drifts in front of the cockpit. He pushes down the rig down beneath it, squeezing between the debris and the hull. As he does so, an ear-splitting shriek signals the rig scraping across the derelict's skin. You freeze for a moment, waiting for the bridge sirens to sound, but the moment pauses and you relax. You glance at Seraphin. His face betrays no emotion. This isn't safe, Seraphin shakes his head. I'm going to find somewhere better to settle the ship. We need to suit up and work our way along the hull on foot. You look at Junie and see her still in her seat, eyes wide. My bad, Junie. We should have taken your advice. You okay? Junie looks at you. There is a sudden unfamiliar hardness in her eyes that surprises you, and a moment later it's gone and her gaze softens. I'm okay. She smiles a flat smile. Don't worry. Seraphin brings the ship away from the derelict hull and into the time, and then slowly brings it round to settle close to a mostly intact hull plate. This section is fairly free of debris. He nudges the ship a little closer. We should be good to hold here. Seraphin unclips from his seat, and you and Junie follow suit as you go down towards the airlock. Junie silently follows. You can't help but feel judged. As you reach the airlock, Seraphin begins suiting up. If we are lucky, that little collision hasn't started a cascade, they'll end with this place coming apart under our feet. Seraphin violently kicks his legs into a set of Eve trousers, clearly irritated by his own carelessness. It wasn't your fault. Seraphin shoots a look at you. Fault isn't going to matter when we're floating off into the black. This is a delicate job, Junie says quietly, almost to herself. The data call will be fragile. She casts a furtive glance in the direction of you and Seraphin. Very fragile. Understood. She nods. The rest of the preparation process takes place in tense silence, ECU considering the delicate job ahead. You suit up too, though you don't need a helmet to breathe. You slide one on and lock the seal for protection. This wreck isn't going to give up its salvage easily. The core should be near the bridge, maybe even inside, but there's a lot of wreck here, and that might be good salvage tucked away in the cargo hold. Once the suits are on and seals are checked, you cycle the lock and stare at the vast expanse of the twisted hull before. Time to go to work. So I didn't take the girl last time. Fuck me, that's why it was so much harder. And we started off with 2 stress points because I didn't listen to Junie. Well, we have learnt stuff. Cargo entry. Let's just go to the airlock. How do I use their dice? Like, what's their dice do? Because they have dice. For what exactly? This is engineering, that's engage. So that's not going to happen. Okay, so we have 2, so this should be a 3, right? It's a 1. Okay, so that's that. What have we got here? Initiative. Endure. Which is just neither of what we're good at. Could be some good loot in there though. Well, let's just do this first. The contract stress has triggered a crisis. The crisis will add 1 contract stress per cycle unless resolved at the crisis location. For fuck's sake! We have a crisis. Hull breach. Oh my god. And we're just not good at that. Oh, this is just... Why is that minus to that? See that, sleeper? I did. Oh, this is fucked. Oh, that's gonna roll to a 1. Oh my god, this is disgusting, dude. Fucking... This is just shit. Ugh. And that just added stress as well. Fuck, what are these rolls, man? What are these rolls? Oh, and we've taken dice damage. Man, this is not a, this is a lot harder than the first game. I don't think we can do anything here, because it just fucking wrecks everything. Takes that to a 4, you know what I mean? Like, why am I endure skill missing? That's because, yeah, and so endure's just... And there's nothing I can do, it's a pure endure skill. Holy shit. Dude, that's rough, man. So I think I've cooked this really, really badly. Far out. Dude, this might be a hard restart. This might be a hard restart. The bridge of the derelict lies silent. The pale beams at your suit lamps catch rows of terminals and clouds of glittering dust, wires, waves like seaweed, and the whole scene appears as if underwater, chaotic but still. Ginny guides past you, disturbing the dust and taking you by surprise. As she does, she has been a stoic presence so far, but in this moment she seems drawn forward by some force of curiosity as you watch as she bats away the debris and begins checking terminals. Yeah, we might hard restart this, because like not being able to endure anything is fucked. And we have to take Junie and this other guy for this one. This is really terrible. She's already prying an access panel off one of the most intact looking terminals. As she does, puffs of rust color the vacuum around her red. Approach her. She turns back to the terminal and finishes prying off the plate, then quickly she reaches inside, fishing around for something. Her hand comes back out with a waving cable topped with a thick connector. As soon as she sees it, she slips a keyboard-sized deck out from somewhere on her person. She runs her hand across back until she finds the right port and slots in the connector. All of this happens in a few seconds, the routine, practiced and precise. It's not hard to be impressed. Nicely done. We'll see, she says quietly. It almost seems like she said it to herself. Junie's fingers dance across the deck's keyboard, and a burst of static lights up the Solheim terminal screen. The sudden burst of light and color take you by surprise. Junie's fingers tap away the terminal screen, flashing with blocks of color and lines of code. It buzzes and vibrates its long dead systems forced back into chaotic life. Then all at once it goes dark. The terminal is dead. Shit, Junie hisses beneath her breath. Useless. You cannot tell if it is an insult is directed at the terminal or herself. Did you find anything? She looks at you as if she was just waking up from a dream. No, she pauses, nothing useful. She protectively slides her deck away. The cradle with the data core can't be far. She pauses off from the terminal, guiding away from you. I'll start looking, she calls back, and heads back to the other side of the bridge. Seraphim goes up beside you. Everything alright? All good. Good. Seraphim claps you on the shoulder. Seraphim stretches in his suit. I have to admit, it's nice to be back working, especially now that we are the ones who will reap the benefits. He claps you on the shoulder. Feels good to be taking our fate into our own hands. I know it's been pretty rough there back on Hexport. No, dude, Hexport is a fucking breeze compared to the nightmare that I've got myself into here. We're basically dead, I think. I think we're cooked. I don't think I can bring this back. And just when we're as likely to get shredded by debris as to find the damn data core. But aren't you glad we made a break for it? He pauses and looks down, having asked the question almost by accident. I mean, I am. I just don't want to speak for you. I am glad. Seraphim smiles. You better be. I didn't give up that little dark side cupboard I was living in for nothing. He laughs at his own joke. Look, Seraphim checks his suit, wrist seals. Once we've got a bit of space behind us, once we've gone the distance, if we manage to get that far, he furrows his brow. Don't feel like you owe me. I'm no charity case. You want us to go our separate ways, fine by me. He meets the eye. Just do me the favor of telling it to my face. That won't happen. He nods but doesn't respond. After a moment he shines his torch out into the dark, checking the rows of terminals across the bridge. You watch glittering dust as it eddies in the beam. Seraphim sighs. Let's get to it. You watch as he crosses the bridge, his torch probing the dark corners, and you feel a chill run through your body as you imagine the people that once ran this ship, the Solheim crew, surely long dead. What was it like before the collapse, when the system was the jewel of the Solheim crown? It's impossible to know. That history is lost to you now, and all you can do is pick up what you can from the ruins. Dude, we're fucked. That's what's happened, is we're cooked. We have 2 crises activated, doing 2 stress, and we need to do that. I think we restart, honestly. This is fucked. I don't see how I'm gonna have to end the day. Dude, I can't believe I fucked this up so bad. The dice has been broken. Can be repaired at the rig for the cost at the workshop is available. New crisis location. Yeah. I know. And the crisis increases. We're done. We're done, Chief. We're done. Luckily, we're not that far through the game. Far out, man. I should have just... It all started because I didn't take enough food. And honestly, I don't think operators the go. We survived 13 cycles. Terrible. We'll go medium. So we don't have endure. We don't have engage. And in that one we don't have initiative. Dude, I think engineers is the best. Because not having endure is rough. Not having engage is rough as well, like... Being really good at endure isn't that helpful. How often do engage ones come up? Let's do this. It's alright, we can literally get back to where we were in 5 minutes. So that's not a problem, but damn. I fucked that up so bad, dude. I'll skip all this. Sorry, we break the seal because we are a hacker. And what just took us like half an hour, we just did like 40 seconds. Oh, and we had terrible first rolls. Yay! Damn, this one's hard. Thanks for the tutorial. We go here. Export docs first, I think, right? Yeah, okay, stop with the tutorials, please. I should have turned them off. Thankfully we can make up for terrible rolls here by just eating. Seems like enduring. Damn. This game's a lot harder than number one, to be honest. Number one's very, very easy compared to this one. Cool, new local crew available. So now we hit and cycle. We don't fuck up again. Oh my god, we are getting just the worst goddamn rolls ever. We're actually getting cooked on rolls. Yes, thank you for that. Perfect. I'm now broke for some reason. Don't ask why. I don't know. Fuck, this is awful. Let's do this and not get absolutely fucked on our rolls, because just having all ones and twos has really just been a little aggravating. Just a little bit, just a little aggravating. Oh my god. Thank you. Okay. We're basically up to what we were up to. It would have been like, we'd be in a way better position if like, just the tiniest bit. Better rolls, you know what I mean? Just like, just a little bit, and like we need money here, to be honest. Like we need a couple good days to like get things sort of going, because we're starving to death, which is huge. So we have that. We need that, and then we need to at least get a couple more supplies. So we need today to go relatively well. Perfect, this is good, this is good. So we can come back down to here. Cantina, that's fine. We come here. We fill supplies is going to cost us 45. We fill supplies. We come over to here. We do another shift. We need this to give us at least 10. We come over here, so we have full supplies. We buy this contract, because that's going to give us right, and now we actually bring this lady, and she's good at, I don't like the symbols, dude. She's good at initiative. Travel to contract. Confirm. I'm bad at this game, bro. We'll get there. We'll get there. I played a game with my brother recently. He was talking about how I generally start off when I first play a game, I'm significantly worse than the average person, and I tend to agree with him. But because the game I was playing with him, he outclassed me. The AI was doing better than me, and it was like 2 hours in, I was better than him. So I think I start off really, really bad at games, but I get good with relative speed. That was rough though. So we're gonna do this again. So what's that? It's gonna take us up to a 3. I really understand how this crew thing works so much. Just gonna take that to a 1. It seems like being good at endure right. Well, we're good at engineering, right? So we do this, we run a 3 on this bad boy. We do relatively well. We gain some stress. We run that. For some reason we gained more stress. Can you get that tutorial off my screen? We come over here. We're pretty bad at both of these, so we save our good dice for this. During the contract you can use your push ability 1 per cycle to give you an edge. Yes, I probably should have done that. There's no point doing it now. Cool. We do this. So hold up, we could use our rig bunks. The clock is ticking, there's no time, so you can't recover stress while on an expedition. Good to know, good to know. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Some have taken damage to dice because of stress. Man, fuck you, dude. Fuck you, we have 3 stress and you're taking damage? Are we for real? Perfect. Another rest. We have a couple turns to do this in. And then we're gonna have to roll well. More dice damage, dude. I don't know. If we lose a dice this early on, it's gonna be just disgustingly bad for us, to be honest. We're good. I'm heading out to the back of the ship or what? We're good. We keep going. She shuts off the channel. New location discovered. Give me a neutral. Give me a neutral, dude. Thank you. We shouldn't gain stress though, right? Okay, we're huge. Come here, we throw this in for a 5. Do that. Take care of that, okay. This game is, make a pretty good team, don't we, Sleep? But we do need it. Nina, she punches you on the arm painfully. You reach the rig. Contract complete. You've completed the contract. You can leave via the map. -5 stress. That should take us down to 0 stress. Thanks, Sleep, as she stretches. I knew you took a chance on me. Thanks for helping, Nina. Feels good to make a contract work. Suddenly you hear a familiar voice. Nina. From Guide's interview approaching from the docks, he fixed you with a stare. What are you playing at, Sleeper? Nina wanted to come. You go to speak, but Nina drifts forward, cutting you off. Don't come at me throwing your weight around, Fem. I can make my own decisions. She glances back at you. Sleeper took me at my word, and I'm grateful. Fem is fuming. Did they now? He turns to you. Well, if you're working for a Sleeper, I hope they paid you well. He looks away. Well, I asked, so... Fem. Oh, so they aren't paying you. Sam crosses his arm. Let's keep this civil. You realise it's the first time he's meeting Femi. But being civil, seems like Nina is owed her share. and fixes you with a severe look. Yeah, of course we're gonna pay her. You grab around a quarter of the chits from the lockbox and hold them at Anita. She takes them sheepishly. Alright, Dan, we're good here. He turns to leave. Nina mouths a sorry and follows Fem across the docks. Everyone watches them go. You sure know how to pick 'em, sleeper? He shakes her head. He turns away and heads back along the dock bridge. I just hope we aren't going to end up a stack of cryos short when we need to get out of here. Ah, dude, fucking paying her isn't that big of a deal. Right. Now we got some level ups. We do that. So we can re-roll less dice. Now, where do I go to fix my dice? Because like that's kind of a big problem. Alright, 45, redo this. Fill up on fuel. So we have a bunch of jobs around here that we can do. That's initiative. So I think we do this. I'll take the negative energy. We'll just get some food. It's fine. I'm just kind of concerned about this whole dice breaking aspect. It seems kind of really super annoying. So I think we just go straight to this rig, right? We take Junie, we travel to the contract. We listen to what Junie says, unless we want to die. Good first roll. Let's not do that. To the bridge then. Okay, we don't crash. Hold up. Instantly shatter the fragments from across the deck. Oh fuck, shit. So, okay, we do. Let's not do that again. She goes, the data core will be very fragile. We have to. Sorry, Junie. No problem, she smiles. We all want the same here. Okay. So we auto. It doesn't matter. That automatically happens. So we just can't. It's just a shame that we get such a terrible crisis. It was just that crisis that wrecked us last time. That's perfect. Here we have Endure, and that's going to be, so we just don't do that because we're shit at Endure, but we're fine at this. I don't really understand. I don't really understand what their dice are for. Like, can I use their dice here? This is a pretty good turn. Please don't give me a negative. Endure. Fuck, bro. Isn't that what we're bad at? Isn't that what we're shit at? No, we're shit at engage. Okay, Endure's, we're still piss poor at it. It's fine, we have one stress. Surely one stress we don't take dice damage on the one. Oh, wow. This sucks. Do that. Come here. I'm thinking about running this. Hopefully this doesn't wreck us. We locked out. Huge. We're just gonna let her do her work. I'm glad to. That won't happen. Okay, 5 minutes, we're back basically where we were. Might be a little bit longer. Okay, so what do we got here at the derelict bridge? We have endure and we have interface. So we're gonna want to save our good stuff. And what have we got over here? Oh, this one minuses. Come on, dude. Why? Why does this suck so much? +1 data core, okay, yeah. Fuck me. And of course we unlock the crisis right at the end. Dude, I might just be shit at this game. I might just be awful at this game. Oh my god, and of course just dog shit rolls all around. And we took dice damage. That's gonna go to a 2? Like, it's just like, we're just so fucked. That's so fucked. That's such a nasty little way to have your game, dude. That's so nasty. Fuck you, game. And we're taking crazy dice damage. Dude, I just might be shit at this fucking game, dude. I don't really know. I think we just have to hard rush this. Perfect. Now we've got to get this and get out of here. One more turn. Yeah, we're just going to do this. Basically going to ignore that slice, get out of here as quickly as we can, and we just lost a dice. They can be repaired at the rig at the cost once the workshop is available. It's crazy that the workshop isn't available from the beginning, because you could really, like, I don't know. Let's get here. We got the core. Let's get the core and let's leave. God, you watch nervously as Junie guides the core out of the cradle, a large ball almost half your height in diameter. It glides up out of the framework that held it, connections waving, loose and cut. Her breathing comes through the suit's comms, loud enough to be picked up, and it fills you with intense energy as you watch. Over the course of the job, you have seen Junie both focused and distracted, nervous and precise, but you have not seen any more confident than in this moment now. She floats beside the data core, handling it with care and skill as if it was a vast egg of some endangered bird. She glances up and sees you watching, and you notice something unfamiliar in her eyes, something that you have perhaps seen in the passing moment before, only now it is no momentary lapse or charge. It is set in place. You see determination. She looks determined, dude. She glides the core a little away from you with one hand, and at the same time comes forward, almost placing herself between you and her prize. And it does seem to be hers in a way she handles it. It's possessive the way she screens it with her body. We need to talk. The statement comes flat and deadpan. And any nervous tremble gone. What are you doing? Sleeper, she takes a deep breath. I want to be honest with you. I need you to know you won't take this from me. Dude, I really need it. Junie glances around the cradle defensively, but Seraphim is already heading back to the ship to prepare the cargo bay for storage. You two are alone. Tell me and we'll see. Fine. She holds hands up, but it's staying with me. Carson doesn't deserve this treasure, Sleeper. Junie glances over her shoulder at the core. Do you know how many of these are left intact? She shakes her head. All he wants to do is wipe it clean so we can use it to interface with Hexport. All data gone. Contract. So what do you want? I want to extract the data to make use of it. You see some genuine emotion flicker in her eyes. God, Junie. After extracting the data, the core will be unstable. There's a security system that will fry if any data duplication is attempted. I can delay the security response long enough to copy the data, but after that she trails off. Oh, you've done this before? She looks down. Yes, she meets your eyes. That is why I came. Junie, I really need this core. I kind of hedged all my bets on it. I don't think I have enough dice to go and make more money. Like, this is it, dude. You kind of fucking me here. Look at this place, stranger. Sleeper, she gestures to the cradle room in dark and twisted cabin of long dead tech. How many of these places are left? How many chances do we have to recover anything this old, this fragile? Like it or not, we live in Solheim's shadow, in their ruin, and yet we know almost nothing. What chance do we have of understanding how we got here when others like them, like Sunset saying Conway, are descending into the system? What can we learn from the core? I don't know, Sleeper, that's the point. She gestures around herself. We could learn our history and how this system was settled. Who cares? We could better learn the technology we build our lives on. We could uncover Solheim's crimes and seek to make amends. She looks at you with pleading eyes. We could see beyond survival towards something else. You've never heard Junie speak like this, and you realize what you have taken for nervousness was actually control. This, the person in front of you defending the decaying data core with their lives, this is the real journey. Dude, I can't take it from her, but then you think of Lane, of the price he's likely to put on you and Seraphin's heads, and the felines without leaving Hexper, which is almost impossible. Is this even a choice? Explain about the felines. Junie listens carefully as you tell her about the deal with Karastin, the felines he offers you, and both you and Sarah are on the run. Then I'll help you. Junie doesn't flinch. We'll find another way to get those felines. Karastin is an idiot. I can hack his systems and we can pull them out of there, or Seraphim looks tough, maybe he can grab them. She looks desperate. We can do something. I'm gonna trust you, Junie. I swear to God, don't let me down. Let's do it. Thank you. Junie looks gently moved. This is a gift to all of us, Sleeper. I hope you will see it like that. I really don't. Junie turns to the data core, quickly gathering one of the loose connections. She takes out her deck and plugs it in. Then crosses her leg and places it across them, floating tethered beside the core. Her fingers begin tapping at the keyboard, teasing out the core's data, whatever Solheim's secrets it might contain. As she Seraphim enters. He braces himself in the entryway. What's she doing? Junie doesn't seem to notice. She's emptying the data. She's doing what? Seraphim jumps to attention that you put a hand on his shoulder. He eyes you suspiciously. I hope you know what you're doing, Sleeper. He nods towards the core. That's our ticket out of Hexport. Yeah, man, I know. She's gonna help us, though. If you say so, you both turn to watch Junie stripping the core of its secrets. A little while later, once the core has been emptied out and its defense mechanism has scorched, it seems black. You watch the metallic sphere spinning gently in the room and wonder if you have just made a terrible mistake. Contract failed. Let's hold up. We don't need to leave necessarily. Supply is empty. We need to leave. I was going to try and rob. You arrive at Hexport. Junie speaks from the back of the cockpit. We're going to have to act fast if we want those felines. You and Seraphim exchange glances. You're both getting used to this new Junie. We? Seraphim raised an eyebrow. Only one of us fired the core and stole all its data. He shoots you a look, and for some reason we let you. We can make this work. What I'm wondering, Sleeper, is why we have to. Seraphim looks. Look, I don't know. I don't think Harrison is going to think kindly to the idea that we brought someone pretending to work for him on a job to let her have his prize. He scoffs. He pointed at Junie like she's an object. Do you even know what she's up to? Junie looks between the two of you. Hexport hasn't exactly been kind to me. You two trusted me, even though I didn't deserve it. I'm not used to that. I want to repay it. Not to mention that casting is probably ripping you off, even if you get enough cryo. What's to say he won't raise the price? Trust me, he's no good. I was trying to deal with casting to get those derelict coordinations from the moment I arrived here, and he ran me in circles. She shakes his head. Okay. Seraphim is watching her closely. Even if I do take you at your word, which given everything seems a little tough, how do we even do this? He raised an eyebrow. You were telling me we just drift in there and take the felines? Look, I get it, you don't trust me. She pauses. But if I have a vested interest in this working out, there's nothing left for me here, and I don't much feel like hanging around waiting for casting to figure out my involvement in all this. I need safe passage, and you need the felines to grant it. She allows herself a smile. See where I'm going with this? Seraphim sighs. I don't like it. He pauses, but it makes sense. What do you think, Sleeper? I like it. Alright then, let me prepare. I'll head to Factory Row, scope out the place, meet me there and we can talk about a plan. She glances between the two of you. Trust me, we can find a way, we'll keep it simple, clean. Let's get to it. Okay then, Junie smiles, trust me, this is going to work. I'll go scope out the bay we need in the Factory Row. We should split up, less likely for casting to suspect us. Meet there in a few, and we can finish setting up. Junie unclips from her seat, floating. I want to show you I can be trusted, that we can do this. She looks between the two of you. Believe that, please. And with that, she slips down the passage towards the airlock and Hexport and beyond. You look at Seraphim. I'm saying nothing, Sleeper. He unclipped from his seat, too. Either this is the kind of mess you have to go through to get to the other side, or it's the kind you never escape. Either way, we're in it now. He leaves the cockpit. You stare at the chaotic lights of Hexport and wonder if anything in the Starward Belt ever runs smoothly. Dude, we have one day before we're fucked. Oh, God damn. I'm also starving to death. I need this one to... Okay, well, that's a can't. I needed a positive action on that. I need that not to be a negative. I think we're dead. We have one day. God damn. Drive failed. This game's so hard compared to the first one. Seraphim wakes you up. Sleeper, we're out of time. You check the door to the bunks and you hear a faint banging in the corridor beyond. He turns back to meet your eyes. They're here. We have to go. Quiet, Seraphim holds a finger. Why do you think I'm waking you up? They've locked the ship into the station. We can't release the docking barge. Our credentials are being refused. We're trapped. Sudden banging echoes through the ship. Seraphim looks away towards the source of the sound. I don't know if they know we're here, but they certainly want to get in. He shakes his head. I reckon we have minutes before they get out the cutting torch. What do we do? The felines are robust. Ain't gonna happen now. Our best chance is to burn out of here as fast as we can and hope our drift takes us to a station where we run out of fuel. He sighs. At least we might have a few more cycles before we starve. The problem is we need to release the lock Hexport has on us, otherwise we aren't going anywhere. Seraphim looks down. And I need to pilot the ship. What I'm saying is I have to release the lock. Exactly, Sleeper. He gives you a dark look. There's some big manual release levers inside the docking bridge itself, but to get to them, you're going to have to go out through the airlock. He swallows hard. And once you do that, you need to get back in as the docking bridge releases. He grimaces. If you mess up, you're likely to be sent spinning into the black. I can do it. You know, there's nothing else to be said. Time is up. Then this is what it's come down to. I'll be at the controls waiting. Seraphim gives you a nervous look. The moment you get back in the airlock, I'll burn hard. He claps you both by the shoulder and looks you in the eye. Then, without saying anything, he releases you and glides you out of the room. You drift down the airlock as quietly as you can, slipping back into the suit for protection. At least you think as the secure in the seals. You don't need to breathe. The banging subsides and you hope the hunters have left, even though you know this is the only quiet before the storm. You take a moment waiting inside the airlock as it cycles. The second exterior door begins to open and go. As you dash out the airlock, the scene in front of you appears in slow motion. You see two figures a little way down the docking bridge wearing dark spacesuits, a canister being carried between them. Meanwhile, floating between you and them is a heavy-duty cutting torch, knocked spinning by the opening airlock door. You see the release levers in yellow as it strive just beyond the hunters. You know, if you're lucky, you know you only have to make your move. Cut the bridge. Neutral outcome, check passed. You change the plan ignoring the levers and instead reaching out for the heavy duty torch. Your fingers grasp the handle and in one swift move you ignite it and run it along the edge of the bridge. The frame of the docking bridge glows white hot, releasing globular sparks into the air. You push the torch harder, knowing you have little time. As the bridge shudders and twists, the frame melting away, you feel the fizz of projectiles slicing through the air around you. The hunters are firing. A scream blocks out all sound and you feel an urgent pull tugging away from the ship. The tunnel bends sickeningly and comes apart. You are close enough to the ship that you manage to kick back away from the twisting storm of debris, and that tunnel becomes, you see the dark suit of hunters among it, retreating towards the station side airlock. But as they do, a hail of projectiles slices across the void from their direction. You have no time to react. Oh. You are carried backwards by the hunters' stun rounds, their impact shutting off whole sections of your frame. You spin towards the open airlock, your vision flashes with warning signals as you feel a distant throbbing pain. The final faint things you feel before you lose consciousness are the impact of your body against the interior wall of the airlock, the hiss of the cycling system, and the heavy weight of the ship in full burn. So am I fucking dead? Dude, this is... I'll be honest with you, Chief. This has just been terrible. This game... we've been getting wrecked. What the... Seraphim's quiet question wakes you from the haze as the rig cuts across the belt. Dude, we don't even have any food, so we're gonna starve to death. You try to move and feel a wave of flickering pain pass through your body. You flinch and steady your nerves. You find yourself strapped into a seat in the cockpit. Seraphim doesn't seem to have noticed that you're awake. You open your mouth to speak, but no words come out. There's a crackle of noise that echoes through the ship's comms. Seraphim is glancing nervously at the console. Something has him spooked. Sleeper, the voice, as distorted as it is, cuts through you. Lane. I know you're there. A hissing pause. You are slipping away, a squawk of noise. But we can't have that. You don't understand why Seraphim is reacting to the sound of Lane's voice. Then you realize he can't hear it. The voice is in your head. I take this personally, Sleeper, a sharp intake of breath. After all my investment, all my care expended upon you, this is how you repay me. I see a little something glinting out there, Lane continues. Could that be you? You don't move, you don't breathe. All you hear is Lane's voice. Something shifts in you, a sudden impetus, a will to move that is not your own. You unclip from your straight, drifting forward towards Seraphim. Seraphim looks over his shoulder and sees you. You are up. He looks surprised. Take it slow, alright? There's a transmission coming out of Hexport, some kind of evac order. He turns back to his console. Let me check this. You keep moving forward. Something isn't right. You don't feel right. Are we being controlled by Lane? A numbness grows in your body, your fingers flexing without your input. You reach out towards Seraphim. No, not you. Something reaches out to Seraphim through you. He turns again to see you reaching for him. Grasping at his neck, attention flickers in his eyes, fear, a hissing silence, then a rumbling blast. All at once the rig screams, systems seizing in electromagnetic paralysis. All at once the rig shifts, carried on some shock wave of light, pain, then darkness. Am I fucking dead? New location discovered. Voice echo warmly through your mind. You can't quite make out what is being said, and any attempt to focus causes a growing flare of pain, so you let them fill the air, undeniable and soft. You are floating, and so you cannot feel your body or its weight. The feeling is pleasant and soothing, and yet the moment you realize, it begins to fade. Pain shoots through the system, a reminder of the terrible damage you have suffered. It is bright, white-hot for a moment, and then it is gone. Something spasms in your fingers and you flick it away. A sensation crosses the sole of your foot and you kick your leg. A weight settles itself in your chest. You're awake. You open your eyes to the light playing across the surface, patterned with stained cushioning. You are alone. The voice is replaced by a hum of air cycling, the distant clank of maintenance systems. You are alone, and this is not your ship. You jerk upwards against the straps that hold you loosely into the berth, suddenly confronted with the last things you remember, an overwhelming numbness, and below it, an insipid, animating force creeping through your mind. You pull at the straps and free yourself, floating up into a small habitation room, cushioned and worn, your mind racing. Where is this? You glance around, taking in the small room with its knickknacks tucked behind webbing, its stained, worn storage unit, its faded padding. This is someone's home. Cold lights fill the room, and you float over to the dark square of the window. You see stars, the bright pinpricks of drive trails, the skeletal docking bridges. This is a station. A sudden hiss draws your attention to the door, which slides open with a puff of equalizing pressure. Holy shit, is this Bliss from the first game? Troubled repair technician? This seems like an older Bliss, dude. The entering figure jumps as they see you awake. You're up. They hesitate. Who are you? They laugh nervously. Right. We didn't meet. They glance back out the doorway as if looking for help. I'm Bliss, they shrug, not sure of what to add. Your friend Seraphim is out. Sorry, he brought you here. Here? Right, they nod slowly. This is my room. They glance around. Not much, I know. We're in my repair bay on the far spindle. And if you know where that is, in the belt. So this makes sense because I'm gathering the storyline of her leaving with Akita into the belt from number 1's canon then. So we're in the belt. Yeah, they smile sympathetically. In the belt. You look around the room again. Come, let's go somewhere a little more comfortable. They hold out a hand. You are safe. Don't worry. What's up with those two dice up there flickering like that? It's weird. You follow them out into the corridor, gliding behind them. Love that word, don't they? They move with the ease of somebody who was either born in 0G or has spent most of their life in it. She was like the best person at moving in 0G in number 1. They guide you to the enclosed balcony where heavily scratched thick acrylic windows look out into the chaotic looking wet dock. At the center of the dock is the rig, scratched and worn, but it's still your ship. It's a reassuring sight. Is she okay? She will be when I'm done with her. Bliss sees you staring at the rig. Took some damage, but she's hardly old thing. What? But she's a hardy old thing. Holy fuck. Your ship, Bliss pauses. You were lucky I heard your distress signal. You sense they are holding something back. I guess that expensive long-range array I was tricked into buying finally paid off. They laughed to themselves. Well, at least for somebody. You were out cold when I got there, and have been for all cycles since. Your friend wasn't in great shape either, but he bounced back fast. Seraphim. He looks cooler. Make a habit of doing that. Seraphim's voice makes you spin around. Good to see you. He can't suppress his smile. Are you okay? He smiles. Don't start fussing over me, sleeper. I'm good. Your eyes fall to Seraphim's bandaged abdomen. He knows and pulls his jacket over the wound. Certainly looks better than when you came in. You should have seen. Bliss abruptly stops after Seraphim glares in their direction. Here, Seraphim pulls a few chits out of his pocket. Catch. He slings them over to Bliss. That's all I could get for now. Working in your condition? Sigh, please, I'm fine. Bliss looks at you apologetically. I know what it looks like, but I'm sorry I can't work for free. Keeping this place going is bad enough. I get it. Seraphim nods. We're just thankful you towed us. We aren't freeloaders. Bliss looks up at the two of you. I'll let you two catch up. They turn to you. I'm glad you're awake. We were worried. And they pat you on the shoulder and guide back down the corridor. With Bliss gone, silence descends upon you and Seraphim, both of you unsure what to say. What happened? What do you remember? He looks at you with concern. Lane. Seraphim grimaces at the mention of his name. Lane? He shakes his head. Seraphim looks at the rig. He takes a breath, steeling himself for what he has to say. Hexport is... He clears his throat. It's gone, he flinches. What do you mean gone? It's gone. Seraphim catches your eye. Dropped off the map, no signal apart from the one sent from fleeing ships, he frowns. I don't know what happened, no one does. Your mind skips, unable to focus on the information you've just been told. You think of the constant activity of the bends, the rumble of the factory row, cast and gone. By the time Bliss reached us, we had drifted out of range. They couldn't have seen it go up, but I saw it. Sleeper. Something exploded white hot. He rubs his arms, suppressing a shiver. A moment later the shock wave was on us. The rig was crippled, engine kept firing, but guidance went offline, sending us arcing out across the belt. He drops a hand inside his jacket, pressing against the bandage on his side. I managed to get her under control, but not before we started spinning. My restraints came loose, and you weren't even strapped in, so we both got scrambled. He smiles a weak smile. Felt like being trapped in an auto wash. He turns back to you. I'm impressed you made it, to be honest. A flesh of blood human would have been smashed to pieces. A flesh and blood human would have been smashed to pieces. He goes silent, the image a little too raw for him to continue. Could it be to do with us? Your guess is as good as mine. He squints. Would Lane do something like that? It doesn't make any sense. Upso is a gang. They run Darkside. They don't go around blowing up stations. All anyone has seen is debris and radiation. I picked up a lot of ship transporters before the rig went offline. Maybe some people got out. He stops, unable to add anything more. You both float in silence for a moment. So we lost our tail? Seems like it. Yeah, we're in a fucking terrible position though. At least the shockwave would have burnt our trail out of the belt for now. We already owe Bliss for the work they did on the rig, and it isn't finished. A few more cycles have been told. Bliss won't hold us hostage, but I don't like to skip out without paying, even if we could get the rig started up. He rubs his necklace between his fingers. Bad karma. Beyond that, we need work, fuel, supplies, and we need to make sure you're okay. He counts off the issues with his fingers. After that, he shrugs. I haven't heard of anyone coming after us, and if they did, they haven't come through Hexport or what's left of it. He looks away. The fast spindle is out of Lane's territory anyway. They call this bit of the belt the wash. The stations here run differently to Darkside, so for now we have some freedom. Seraphim size. Freedom to go broke, starve, and get in even more trouble, that is. In all honesty, I was hoping you might have some ideas. I want to explore this place. The fast spindle, there's plenty to see. This is a free station, no faction holds control, so it's quite the circus. Just watch your step out there. Seraphim pauses and stares down. Look, Sleeper, he rubs his side. I'm not sure I can work right now. I just got kicked out of the salvage yard for passing out on the job. He looks away. Even if the pain meds I've been able to scarce up. I can fly, that's for sure. He stares at the rig. But if you're going to need some crew, if you want to do any serious work, he chews his lip. I'm sorry. You're all good, dude. Thanks, Sleeper. He turns away. I'm going to take a rest on the rig. I'm wiped. You look out at the rig as he leaves, the warmth and the softness of the waking moments now feeling like a distant memory. This is what you wanted, freedom, a chance to work for yourself, not Lane. Well, here it is, with all the problems and complications that you could imagine. And at what cost could Lane have wiped out Hexport? Just to try to end you? You shiver at the thought. I don't think so. But if not Lane, then who? Theories cloud your mind, dwell on them. It could have been Conway, a drone, a mine, drifting Starward. CNET stat, perhaps? Or some plan to weaken the belt, or a belt faction attempting to flip the board by intent or mistake. The belt has considered itself safe from the war brewing in the inner systems, but now Hexport's loss will be felt across the Starward belt. But what does that mean to you? Your needs are much more imminent, apparent. Those must come first. Yeah, I have one dice, dude. I'm kinda cooked. You run your hands along your body, feeling the marks, the holes left by the hunters, the weapons, and you know in that moment you have been irreparably damaged by the encounter. You realize that these scars are reminders. You will not be caught like that again. You swear it. You take a breath. Time to make a plan. Fuck. You have gained some glitch. Glitch is a penalty you gain from repairing dice and from Lane's attempt to hack your system. Your current level of glitch is represented by the glitch clock to the right of your dice. You can have a maximum of 6. Each level of glitch you gain will increase your chance of rolling a glitch dice at the start of the cycle. Each time you roll a glitch dice, you clear one level of glitch. A glitch dice has an 80% chance of a negative outcome when used and a 20% chance of a positive outcome. Awesome, awesome. I wasn't already in misery. Now we add that to the, add that. Damn. I can't even fix my, This place is pretty cool. We have money. Roll this. It says roll our glitch dice. New location discovered. We found the bar. Earn a meal. Let's do that. Pressing number. I really need I really need some way to repair this kind of fucked dice situation we've got going. Oh, and then we just get more glitch dice. Oh, I hate this, dude. Oh, oof. I wonder what the negative outcome. is here. It's okay, so we're just gonna use our glitch dice on normal shit. I also want to look at what do we got here? A scrapper ship. We can buy scrap components, we can process raw scrap, or we can do a scrap shift. I imagine that will give us, I think we're just going to slowly process, continue time until we can figure out how to repair our two broken dice. I don't know when that happened. I thought we only had one broken, but I guess we take two. Maybe that's just part of the story though as well. You awake to the sound of blaring proximity alarms. You quickly unstrap from your bunk and dizzily glance around. Lane, bounty hunters? You kick off and glide to the door. As you do, Bliss pops the head around the corner. Sorry, they look a little sheepish. In all honesty, it's not my fault. Your wiring's all backwards. You take a moment to understand what's happening. You steady yourself against the door frame. Sorry, I'm a little jumpy. I get it. Bliss looks down. Didn't mean to wake you. It takes you a while to get ready and drift down to the mess to see what's happening. By then, Bliss has turned the alarms off and you find them unspooling wires from a hatch you'd never previously noticed in the mess ceiling. Sorry again, Sleeper. Their voice comes through the ceiling panels, muffled and dull. You settle at a stool, neatly tucking your legs behind the crossbar. How are the repairs coming? Bliss spins deftly, hooking their legs into the open ceiling so that, from your perspective, they're hanging upside down. Almost done, if you can believe it. Their messy hair floats around their head. A couple of cycles worth of diagnostics and I'll be happy enough to release her back to you. A yawning Seraphim drifts in. He looks between the two of you amused. What are you both doing up so early? You and Bliss exchange amused looks. What? Seraphim asks. You didn't hear the alarm? He shrugs. Heavy sleeper. He drifts over to the mess cupboards to hunt for some breakfast. You turn back to Bliss, where they've disappeared back into the ceiling panel. Before long, the mess is filled with a shrill screech of a power tool. Seraphim looks totally unaffected and hooks himself onto the stool, lazily sucking at a ration pouch while he taps away at his slate. The screech finally stops. After a while, you kick off from the stool. Time to head out. Bliss rushes after you, stopping you in the passageway before you can leave. I have something I want to show you. Bliss leads you off the main corridor into a corner of the ship you don't remember visiting before. You come into a room with a low-sloped ceiling, a single round window illuminating some neat storage tools, and a workbench into the wall. Look, I'm no specialist, but I'm a quick learner and good at repairs. They smile, and I think you have need of me. They glance at you, at the tear in the thick vinyl skin in your arm. Can I take a look? Okay. They smile and lead you towards the workbench. They turn over your arm, looking at the tear from all angles. They reach over to the workbench and take a small sealant gun from the rack. You look at the setup. It's a basic. It looks clean and well organized. They gently close the tear with the sealant, pressing the edges together so it closes up neatly. After they're done, they release your arm, and you can barely see the scar. Bliss admires their work. See, they smile. I know it's more serious than a tear. This folds their arms, but I can handle it. They turn and search through a set of metal drawers for a moment. Here, they produce a couple of carefully machined, pristine components. We're saving these for an important job, they wink. I guess I just found it. Now, Bliss pushes the components into your hands. Take them, and when you're ready, come up here and we'll fix you up. These are rare to find, though in future we might have to make do with something lower quality, they wince. You can find scrap components at scrapper ships like the one hanging around at the underhang. The better components, the easier they'll integrate with your system. Bliss leans on the workbench. I'll do my best to keep you running. Why help me? You're a guest in my bay, and I can't have my guest bodies collapsing, now can I? Plus, I think it benefits me if you think of me as indispensable. Bliss smiles. I should get back to fixing the ship. They leave you in the workshop. among the simple tools, considering the particular qualities of your new friend. Tutorial. I can repair dice. Oh, thank God. Minor drive complete. 1 upgrade point. Find potential crew. Explore the fast spindle. Does this scrap a ship? Let's see what this does. Gives us cryo. Interesting, what is this? So we can have 10 fuel now. Let's work down here. Let's go meet Nemba, the far spindle. Sleeper, Nemba wants to see you. You nod to the other volunteers as you wipe off your hands and click your cutlery onto the magnetic rack. You drift out of the improvised cantina on your way to the kitchen in the back. It was a busy shift, and each shift seems busier than the last. That makes sense, of course. You've seen a steady flow of refugees arriving from the inner systems, and most of them with barely a chit to their name end up in the underhang. As you cross the kitchen, you can hear the rumble of the refugees' conversations through the hatch. The other chef leads you past the rehydrators and the hand-built centrifugal oven to a small office unit at the back of the kitchen. They knock on the door for you, then glide away to finish their own meal, leaving you to wait by it. You look around the small but carefully arranged kitchen. As you wait, your shifts here, having left you with the familiar mix of improvised and salvaged equipment, some of which you had never seen before you came here. Nemba, precise humanitarian chef. Come in, sleeper. Nemba is perched at the desk, uplit by a small, transparent terminal screen, reading glasses perched on one end of his nose. You've seen Nemba before, but not as much as you'd imagine you would while working at a place called Nemba's Kitchen. Even though there isn't a proper sign out front, everybody in the underhang knows its name. The man himself is more a mystery. Apart from the occasional barked order in the busy kitchen, he is little more of a blur to you. Why do you work here? He barely looks up from the terminal screen, the scrolling text reflecting in his lenses. I want to help. Nemba stops scrolling the screen and looks over his glasses at you. You do well here, Sleepy. You're fast, precise, you're doing good work. He goes back to scrolling. Thanks. Nemba lifts a hand in response. That's my worry, Sleeper. Good workers like you, they move on fast. He leans back and looks at you. 10 cycles, maybe more, maybe less. And then they're gone. And the team gets used to having them here, gets used to working at the pace, and suddenly they have to work differently. They have to pick up the slack, change jobs, change stations, and a few of them will think, well, maybe it's my time to move on too. So what I found is good workers are trouble, especially those who come and go like you. He pauses, watching you. Let him speak. This place, it runs on consistency, Sleeper. Those that turn up every cycle, good or bad, they get people fed. He takes off his reading glasses, inspecting them for smudges. Let's be honest, that ain't you. So let's get to a cut. I can't use you in the kitchen anymore, you're done. He shrugs. Sorry. But this place also runs on those machines out there, on the supplies I can rope in, the donations, feeding refugees from the inner system. It's a logistics as much as it is chefing. He shakes his head, which is why I'm cooped up back here. So, maybe you're gone, I never see you again. Okay, thanks for coming. We'll solve it wrong without you. But maybe you still want to be useful. Maybe I heard you have a ship. He smiles at you. Yeah. Maybe I heard you chatting. And maybe I have a little something held up in a place only a ship like yours can reach. I negotiated the purchase of some valuable inner system spores from a group that came from there. But they somehow ended up on a depot in Greenbelt. Nemba sighs. So if you head to Greenbelt and you find the delivery and you bring it back, well, Nemba looks at you pointedly. That would be helping. That would be the kind of help a good worker, even an inconsistent worker, might be able to offer me. Nebula squints at you. Seems like the kind of thing that someone genuine, someone who wants to help for real might do, don't you think? He doesn't wait for you to reply, but it also seems like the kind of thing that might sit on a list of priorities so for long it's disappeared and never gets done. I've seen that happen too. I guess we'll find out which it is. He definitely places his reading glasses back on his face and continues to scroll the screen on his terminal. You know the way out, sleeper. You turn in the doorway, slightly taken back as it slides shut behind you. You glide out through the kitchen, through the improvised cantina, the people eating and chatting there, and into the cold underhang of the passageway below. All the time considering what you might do next, and recalling the persuasive glint in Nemba's eyes. Cool. What's this? Stealing shift. No, fuck you. We're not doing that. I hated your actions, man. They really cost me. That first part of the game is I'm hoping it gets like maybe just like a little easier because that first part was rough. It hated me, dude. Holy shit. They want to be dead. I think that's sort of the point though. I want to get rid of these glitched. We have one glitch. I thought it said using the glitch dice, get rid of the glitched. You jerk away suddenly. A fragment is lodged in your mind, a shard of sound, a signal, a tone. It resonates like tinnitus, obviously internal, inescapable. You look down and see your hands blurred, your fingers dancing as though they were typing. Settle them. Your fingers flap like court birds take control. It takes all your focus to settle them. You force yourself back into them. A sensation like squeezing on a tight pair of gloves. You flex your hands a little, you feel them. Test them. What was that? Take a deep breath and calm yourself, but as you do, you are reminded that you don't need to breathe. It is a claustrophobic sensation that you cannot shake. You get up, push off the wall, pull on new clothes, anything to escape the dreams that hover there at the back of your mind. Seraphim drifts in casually, heading back to his bunk to grab something. You can't shake the strange sensation that he has just drifted into your mind. He shoots you a glance. I said, "Are you okay?" He gives you a concerned look. You look terrible. Not really. You mumble a response. You need to talk to me, sleeper. Seraphim gives you a look. He sighs. I know something happened back when we were leaving Hexport. The explosion? Not the explosion. He shakes his head. I saw it, sleeper. Saw something change in your eyes. He paused, looking for the right way to explain. They were cold, fixed. I'd never seen that before. He looks away. Back when we first met, I knew at once you were human because of your eyes. I never met a sleeper before, but I knew immediately that you were no machine. It was obvious. But then on the ring he shivers. I couldn't see that anymore. Don't know what happened. What did it feel like? He gives you a curious look. Try to identify it. Neutral outcome. You close your eyes and recall the moment you remember Lane's voice, the rig hot and close, the numbness, and then you see it glittering in the non-space of your mind, thin and bright like a spider silk, a thread. Sleeper, Seraphim's voice interrupts your thoughts. You open your eyes to his irritated face. Are you even listening? We need to get you checked up. We need to know what is happening. Seraphim gives you a stubborn stare. This isn't just about you. But where? I've been asking around. Seraphim's face is set with determination now. There's another station near here, Flotsam. It's a mess, an acclamation of workers and dock ships, but it also houses some of the best artificers in the wash. We should go there as soon as the rig is ready. Okay, I'll go. Thank you. Look, he pauses. I don't know what it's like to be a sleeper. I understand that there are things you can't tell me, can't show me, but I do know how fear can keep you from doing what you need to do. I'm not going to nag you about it, he sighs, but it needs to be done. He pauses by you. As he leaves, the bunk squeezes your shoulder as he does, leaving you to your thoughts. You finish getting dressed, feeling your body its strangeness even though you wish you didn't. At the very least, you think you need to find someone who can stop you from falling apart. Maybe Flotsam isn't such a bad idea. You push the thought to the back of your mind. There's a cycle ahead and the rig isn't ready, and when it is, then you'll see. So did I have a chance to save, like, to have Nina with us? Not Nina, like Nina and the other girl. I can't remember her name. I already forgot. Like, I would have liked to have had them. Dude, this game seems to have like crazy replayability. Let's do 80% negative. These glitch dice really suck. Dude. Let's run both of them. We have a 1. What do we unlock here? We unlocked the Spindle Trade Hall, which I imagine is going to be for buying fuel and stuff. We have the Spindle Core, which is where we just were. We have... What was that called? Gaia's Gaia? We can order a whack. We can getting racked. Okay, well we should spend money on this. We'll do that next turn as well. Let's go up to the Pinnacle box. Start that. Seems like energy is the only negatives, which is fine. New location discovered. As you glide through the Pinnacle docks, you hear shouting echoing down a corridor. You tentatively change direction, your eye fixated at the large passage widens out to a large bay. Others rush past you, heading towards the commotion. Your eyes are drawn by the bay's vast viewing window, which is currently being flooded with glittering shards of ice. In front of it, a dock worker is shouting to anyone who will spaces workers of the fast spindle. We need your urgent assistance. The water character Springtide has suffered heavy damage in its transit from Wildspring. He takes a deep breath. All available hands, we need you to help secure the cargo. Without this water, Fast Spindle will struggle to support you. He looks desperately at the crowd. Please, any of you who are able to help, please make yourself known. Behind him, a coroner of ice ejects from one of the tanks, drawing a pale halo around the ship. A handful of experienced-looking spacers push through the crowd towards the front, and dock workers start to direct them to nearby bridges. You watch the scene unfold, hesitant in the face of making someone else's problem your own. Endure interface. Fuck. Well, we don't have anything to help. We'll come back up and help you. Let's go down here. Let's get whacked real quick. Max that. Meet somebody else. The Fast Spindle is an exhausting place to find freelancers. There are no shortage of spaces here. The corridors and bays throng with crew inbound and outbound, on or between contracts, trading stories, contracts and materials. But whatever language, appearance or code identifies someone as worth signing on with, you don't seem to have it. Perhaps it's because you're a new face, or are noticeably unsure, or perhaps it's because you are a sleeper. You push the thought to the back of your mind and instead focus on what's in front of you. The vast cylindrical tanks of the center of Gaia's Grai. I don't know how to say that word. Gra? Don't know. The first time you enter the bar, you float open mouthed, much like all new arrivals do, at the side of the huge kelp stack, the biggest you have ever seen. Even now, your eyes fixated on the fronds of seaweed that wave in the circulating water beyond the curve of the dirty glass. You were impressed. You take a sip of the harsh saline-scented rack from the magnetic vessel secured to the bar. As you suck on the straw, your eyes follow the shifting throngs. You hear someone clearing their throat beside you at the bar. Eugene, hold up. Is Eugene in the first game? I don't think so. No, I don't think he is. Hypnotic, isn't it? The voice is low and rumbling, and comes from a large figure on the stool next to you. The fluorescent lights behind the bar glint in his eyes, shining up into his wide, rough face. I've heard talk you're hiring. The figure turns to face you. You don't recognize him, but in the shifting light of the Gaia, that isn't surprising. And you are? Eugene, currently freelance. He turns on his stool and leans back a little. The effect is clearly meant to impress you on his size, and you have to admit it works. He's like, I'm big. Served a whole lot of slate of crews out in the spindle. Cutters, mercs, extractors. He smiles and places a broad hand on his chest. Broad skill set, good work ethic, sense of humor, the full package. Humble too. He clucks with his tongue, smiling. I like you already. We're going to get along. I'll run anything out of the fast spindle. I'm tough, quiet, and you won't need to worry about me. He folds his arm across his chest. What kind of work are we talking about? Before you can answer, a voice echoes out behind you. Eugene, you look over your shoulder at the source of the shout. Busy as ever, I see. Vesna. A group of 3 spaces drift up behind you. One of them placing a heavy hand on your shoulder. She's fitted with matte metal optical implants, and you cannot see her eyes. The caustic light from the tank plays across her face. Too busy to keep in touch, she sighs. I really don't like it when I have to come and find you. Vesna, Eugene nods politely at her, not betraying any strong reaction. Do I look like I'm socializing? He shakes his head. This is a meeting. Oh, a meeting. Vesna squeezes your shoulder. Is that what this is? Yes, Vesna. We're talking about your delivery, in fact. Eugene smiles wildly. My friend here is being very helpful. He shoots you a knowing glance. That's right. Vesna turns to you with a raised eyebrow, but before she can speak, Eugene cuts in. This sleeper has the unique ability to extract data. Eugene smiles at Vesna. Exactly the kind of data you've been asking for. So, if we can just get back to it, Eugene gestures towards you, then I can deliver what you need. You know, Eugene, I'm pretty tired of this whole act. She gestures dismissively at him. But in the end, it doesn't matter. She drops her hand from his shoulder to her belt. Your eyes follow it down, and you see a dark, boxy shape there. A weapon. You'll either deliver by the deadline, or you don't, and when you don't, she smiles slyly. I'll be happy to take you through the consequences. Until then, she shoots you a final glance. Chat to whoever the hell you want. Vesna and the 2 spaces flanking her glide out of the bar, and Eugene watches them go with little emotion. So, Eugene's smiles return. You're about to hire me. I was. Well then, he smiles. Put that little interruption out of mind. Vesna just wants to scare you off. She likes to cause me trouble. Eugene looks away. Out the door. Let's not let her. He pauses in silence for a moment, still looking away. You try to get a read on him, but his face is blank. Only the glittering eyes hint at some rapid internal activity. He turns back to you and meets your eye. A sudden shift in his manner obvious. If you need crew, you need work. If you need to work, you need cryo. Is that right? He doesn't stop for answers. Well, I can offer you both. Hard work and a good contract with a good payout. You have to take me with you on the job of mine, and we'll split the take. He looks down, thinking, hell, if you do, I'll consider signing on long term. He smiles. Think of that. No more recruiting. What's the job? Salvage, he leans in. I know of a wreck untouched by local crew, which recently turned up in the wash. It's just a little somewhat from here, but its disabled transponder makes it invisible to anybody who doesn't know it's there. Had to squeeze the location out of a contact, but I'll share it with you for a straight split. Take me with and your crew, and we'll claim it all. It's going to be a good payout, he winks. A really good one. Sounds like a deal. It is, he smiles and leans back. I'll be ready whenever you like. Eugene pauses. A show of good faith. I'll also fly out with you on any job from the far spindle, but I'm not leaving the station with you yet, not till we get my job done first. After that we can talk flying together, no need to rush it. He shakes his head firmly, his palm rough, pitted, then turns back to his drink. You slip out of the bar looking to see if Vesna is nearby. You don't spot her among the passing crew, but you can't help but imagine her eyes are on you in the bar. You shake it off, having become familiar with the feeling of being observed. What matters is that you have found a crew member and a contract. Whether either will come good, however, remains to be seen. Fucking hell, okay. What just happened? What just happened? Let's go look at the map. I know it's under repairs, I just want to look, dude, okay? You're not gonna let me? We have 115 Caparoonies. We spend 75 of them on that. We buy some fuel, that leaves us enough for some energy. We come back down here, we have a little sleep, and then we go back up and we fix that water place. We also get interrupted yet again, because the game loves to interrupt. Oh yes, sip of water. As you drift lazily down to the ship's mess, you hear raised voices. You still yourself for a moment at the entrance, then slip inside. Seraphim sits, hooked on his usual stool, his slate glowing beside him. He is shaking his head as you enter. Bliss, meanwhile, is floating freely, and guess you can't. What the? Gesticulating sharply as they explain something important. Just what? Yep, fuck, nah, no clue, dude. I've never seen that word before. Gesticating. It's like calculating, but with jest. I don't see why not. Bliss chopped at the air. It's not like you have an alternative. We can get the cry, it will take time, but we can get it. That was the deal. Ah, shit, I just spent all my money. Seraphim speaks calmly, trying to placate Bliss. Sleeper, Bliss spots as you enter, and they turn to Seraphim. Let's see what the Sleeper thinks about it. About what? They both fall silent for a moment. Seraphim sighs. The rig's ready, Sleeper. Bliss gestures around the mess. I've fixed it. How I've improved it. She's purring thanks to me. Now you wouldn't say, having done an incredible job, I deserve to be paid properly for my work. A calculated look crosses their face. A refit and retune like this would typically cost my clients hundreds of Cairo, even if I was feeling charitable. Seraphim sighs loudly. He knows where this is going. See, I can make you pay, and maybe you could even scrape the Cairo up, but not without taking a contract and taking this ship off the station, leaving me in a lurch. We wouldn't do that, Seraphim starts. Bliss holds up a hand and shushes him. So I have a proposition, one that clears the deck completely. They pause. I will turn around and open that sign on this little bay with me and join up with you. You keep me in work, give me my split and give me transit to wherever you are headed. I'll even keep this rig of yours working for free. They shrug. What could be better than that? Us paying and being on our way with no hangers on. Seraphim folds his hands up and looks at you. Tell him, Sleeper. Actually, we could use their help. Bliss grins at Seraphim. See, Sleeper gets it. You can use my help. I'm an excellent engineer and a tidy shipmate and a half-decent chef. I'm done with Fast Spindle and I'm done taking not enough jobs for not enough cryo on a station where I know nobody. They pause satisfied. You're welcome. Seraphim holds up his hand. Look, we appreciate it, but we are on the run, Bliss. Trust me, you are better off here. He gives them a serious look. Even telling you this could put you in danger. Bliss pauses. then starts laughing. On the run, they shake their head smiling. You expect me to be scared off by that goofy shit? It is true. Bliss just shrugs. The system's at war, the belt is spiraling into chaos, everyone's got something. I know you were at Hexport. Seraphim looks at them, open mouth, searching for a retort. What happened there? Who's to say? It won't happen here. I'm not sitting around watching this all play out any longer. They take a deep breath. Something has to give. Bliss turns to Seraphim. Look, you've done your due diligence on whatever. You're on the run. I've been warned. I accept the risk. That's it. At the end of the day, your ship is clamped into my bay. So unless you know my encryption protocols, there's not much left to discuss. Seraphim shakes his head, a small smile crossing his face. They've got us there. He looks at you, and then at Bliss. Looks like we've gained a crewmate. He unhooks from his stool, but I'm moving to the engine room, and he drifts off towards the bunk to gather his things. You and Bliss exchange nervous looks. Sleeper, welcome aboard. Bliss smiles and gives you a half-hearted mock salute. You leave Bliss in the galley and head for the cockpit. The rig is ready to fly again, but the next question is, where do you take her next? Seraphim mentioned Flotsam, a short starward journey from here, as a busy station where you might find an artificer to help diagnose your glitches and errors. Sunward, meanwhile, is the Helion Gate, an abandoned and uninhabited megastructure left over from the Solemn days. Maybe good for salvage, but not an easy place to survive. And beyond that, well, as they say, the belt is wide, and at least now you have a functioning ship. You have unlocked the belt map. Go to the map and press the belt button to travel to other hubs and discover new parts of the Starward. Oh, and then the next day we're gonna get threatened by bloody Liam, whatever his name is. So we can go to Belt. Holy shit, what the fuck? Inaccessible hub. So we can't get there because of that. We can go to Helion Gate, we can go to Flotsam, and imagine we can't go to this one over here. Hasnav required. Wellspring. Vast water extraction facility. Damn, they really went all out on this game, huh? -4 fuel. Oh, I think we have to help here. %20 chance that we don't fuck this up. Holy shit. Whatever happens, happens. Get a positive outcome with a glitched dice. It was a little trophy that we just got then. Nice little, You watch from the docking bay's viewing window as the crumpled vast hull of the Springtime is finally welded shut by a score of bright torches flickering against its sides. Malk. Experienced water hauler captain. Everywhere I look I see crisis. The voice comes from beside you, and you turn to see a man floating there watching the repair work. You don't recognize him. I saw you out there helping the crew. He turned to you with a serious look. The fast spindle needs that water. You aren't wrong, he pauses, watching you carefully. I haven't seen you on the spindle before. What, if I may ask, is your business here? I'm running a crew. He nods, I see. Springtide is my ship. His face remains impassive. At least I'm her captain. I do not own her. The low-tech syndicate, my employer, was the one who put her into service. Oh, glad to meet you. He bows his head gently. You have many thanks for assisting with your repairs. We were caught by some autonomous Conway munitions. He looked out at the ship. The Wellspring run is getting more dangerous every cycle. And after Hexport, he pauses. I do not expect things to be improved. You both go quiet for a moment. The loss of the station is still inspiring silence in anyone who mentions it. Tell me, Mork meets your eyes. As a sleeper, do you feel you have advantage over others? Or does your particular condition provide only weaknesses? I don't know, man. I guess it's like there's many downsides. Of course, but you are stronger, harder, and more capable than most humans. He gests towards the springtide. Your work on my ship only evidence your abilities. Work on my ship only evidence your abilities? Fair enough. You far outperform even my own crew. He looks at you, angling his head in deference. In conditions that are usually deadly. Sadly, despite even your good work, our losses have been great, and the administration at the Far Spindle are not happy. We are to be impounded until the Loctic Syndicate fulfills the agreed water freight. He frowns at the crumpled-looking ship. This war continues to pressure the belt. What will you do? This is where you are needed, sleeper. Malk folds his arms. My crews tell me you have a ship, you have workers. This is what I need. As we fled from the Conway attack, our navigator registered something of great interest. A water-rich asteroid, one, I believe, is previously unknown to the syndicates. He comes a little closer. For now, I've sworn him to secrecy, as I must you. But if this asteroid could be surveyed, its value confirmed, it would more than make up for the shortfall of the springtide. He pauses thoughtfully. Let him continue, I reckon. I want you to survey the asteroid for me. It is a simple enough job, but its location so close to the edge of the wash is problematic. However, you have shown yourself to be very competent. If you are careful, there is no reason you should have problems with Conway or any other hostile party for that matter. Hostile party? Melk shrugs. The wash is where the orbits of the inner system and the Starward Belt conspire to bring vessels, objects of all kinds of wanderers together. It is a territory of opportunists. I will, of course, reimburse you with a portion of the fee from the Far Spindle administration are withholding from me. 250 cryo is my offer. How will your employer feel about that? The Loctic Syndicate only cares that its water is delivered and that its fee is paid. I am free to make sure this happens in a timely and efficient manner as I see fit. Melk passes a thumb drive to you. Here are the details on the tests I need to run for the survey. Sample core of the ice from deep within the asteroid should give you enough material to work with. You notice a member of the Springtide's crew waiting quietly at a distance, and Melk nods to them discreetly. This is a delicate matter, sleeper. Survey the rock, and on your return, broadcast the results to my personal terminal. The frequency is in the data. He pauses, meeting your eye. The results go to me, only to me. Then, once the matter is resolved, you will be paid. I am needed, he nods to the crew member, but I expect you have all you need. He pauses. I have enjoyed watching you work, sleeper. Impress me again. And with that, he bows a little and drifts away to meet his crew. After watching him go, you turn back to the Springtide, still impressed despite being scarred with curls of ice and shiny with fresh welds. You imagine any captain of a ship like that has been through a lot to get where they are. That makes them a valuable ally or a dangerous adversary, depending on where you are. You hope with Melk you can find your way to being the former. You contract on map. Ice Asteroid 3. So we can basically do any job, and I'm thinking we go do that asteroid job, to be honest. That seems better for us. Let's end cycle. Let's see what happens when Lame, whatever his name is, finds us. Oh, this is gonna mean we're gonna need to go to if he's trying to hack us again. Something flickers in the back of your mind. You have to stop to blink it away. It tightens behind your left eye, an arcing point that refuses to move. An aching point, my bad. And then the voice begins hissing through the background noise of the rig's systems, and you whine among the chorus of life support and ventilation. Sleeper, The hiss brings Lane's sharp features to mind. I suppose you thought you would slip to my net. Hexport jumps into your mind an image of the station, emulating in white light, though you were not conscious to witness it. You were distant. Oh, we don't have any glitched dice today. That's huge. His voice hisses in a white noise, but you are not free of me yet. I'm coming, sleeper, the hiss drops, and I retake control of what is mine. The closer I come to you, the more you will feel it. Lane moves his finger to tap your forehead. In here. You cannot resist. A bright smile, pale eye, a glowing hiss that hurts. This is gone, the rig suddenly quiet, the stinging tightness diffusing behind your eye, but the fear remains. Sleep, are you good? Seraphim is there, floating by the berth. You were talking. Lane is coming. Seraphim looks alarmed, and you feel him. Right? He looks away. We can use that. Stay ahead of him. He squeezes your shoulder. We can do this. We are fast and smart. We keep moving. We don't stay anywhere for long. And we find a way. He frowns. Somehow. You nod. You don't know how Lane is able to reach into your mind like this, how he's able to speak to you, but you want so desperately for it to stop. You must find out what he has done to you before it is too late. You must stay ahead of Lane at all costs. Fair enough. Lane is hunting you once again. His progress will be tracked by the hunt clock. It will increase once every cycle you spend in a hub. However, each time you travel, the hunt will reduce by 3. If you keep moving, you can stay ahead of Lane. Huh. That's a cool little mechanic. I like that. I want to check some stuff real quick. I haven't looked at the trophies for this game. Seems like a lot of it. Refuse to hand over the drive from Hexport. It seems like there's a lot to this game. There is a lot. Unlock all possible. Make home for a stowaway. Meet. Sorry, I'm just looking through this. Find a faction route without losing. Oh god. Yeah. Fuck, there's even a trophy to complete the game on dangerous difficulty. Shoo. We're gonna have to get much better at the game. Right, so I think we go to the Ice Ridge asteroid. -3 hunt during travel. Continue. Travel to contract. Confirm. The asteroid looms large in the cockpit's glass. Light glints off the sheets of the surface ice, the same glint that must have caught Malk's attention when he was fleeing the Conway countermeasures that damaged the Springtide. There's been no sign of Conway drones or mines, but that hasn't stopped Seraphim being cautious in his approach. You have to admit that you found yourself searching the black void of space for a telltale blinking red beacon too. We're close. Close enough to jump down to the surface. Seraphim locks down the engines. I don't see anything on the scope, but I'll keep her warm just in case. Why so jumpy? Did you see those holes in the Springtide? Seraphim responds without looking away from the controls. We hit one of Conway's mines, we'll be dust. I say we call this snowball fast. Eugene shrugs. The less time we're out here, the less likely are we running into anything Conway left behind. He smiles. Simple. Sure, Seraphim cuts in. but fast means messy, and messy means more damage to ice. We don't need to crack the shelf and lose half the water we came to survey. Who said anything about messy? Eugene stretches, clipping from his seat. Fast and clean, he winks at you. Easy. You unclip from your seat and kick off towards the airlock. The scale of the asteroid is troubling, but Seraphin assures you on the journey here that surveying it will be easy enough to take a sample from the deep ice for testing. Fuck me, we have 2 glitched ice. The problem, he said, is getting down that deep. You have to cut away at the ice, dig yourself a hole, and doing so will create fractures in the shelf. The asteroid may be big, but is held together with only a weak gravitational force. The more the ice is cracked away, the less there is for the fast spindle to harvest, something you doubt Malk will be happy about. You push the worry to the back of your mind and get suited up. Something on your mind? Bliss drifts up beside you and you put on the suit. Just hope we don't mess up. You too, they shrug. I don't want to jinx it, but it seems simple enough. Can't say rock, or in this case ice cutting, is my usual strength. It was going to be simpler than slicing a hull without touching any of the internals. Bliss zips up their suit. We'll be fine. Bliss's reassurance that you don't have any experience with the job that you're about to do doesn't exactly calm your worries, but their nonchalant attitude helps when you consider the volume of the ice that you're about to start cutting into. Cheer up. Bliss punches you on the arm as you get back to the airlock. Might never happen. The lock cycles and you find yourself staring out at the glinting surface of the asteroid. 1 second sleeper, Seraphin's voice comes over the comms. I'm seeing something here, some kind of man-made shaft on the far side of the asteroid. Interesting. Eugene is stood beside you in the airlock. In this vacuum, you can only hear him through the comms link. Crews sometimes stash goodies on rocks like this. Let's go take a look, he pats you on the shoulder. Just hold up, Seraphin cuts through. The survey is our first priority, and the integrity of the water ice. Hunting for buried treasure comes dead last on the to-do list. You can almost hear his eyes roll through the comms link. Don't get distracted. You squint at the rock and spot a dark recess just over the curved asteroid. That will be the distraction. You refocus on the ice sheet. Time to get started. Okay. So I think we do this. Having 2 glitched things for this fucking sucks, man. Because it's just a waste of 2 dice that I can't use. It's like, and there's a 20% chance that this is just terrible. Sorry, 80% chance. Okay, it just gives plus stress, whatever. I think we do this. We drop an engineering 3. This works out because the game loves us. Told you. But we got +1 stress. We come back to the ship. We have a sleep. I don't think there's any point using that glitch dice. It's just going to hurt us more than help us. I think we focus getting the ice sheet done. And then we'll look at maybe what else we can do. Pull. Done. Deep ice. Fuck, man, I'm not good at endure. Not being good at endure sucks. Can I level up? How many level up points do I have? Contract location config cannot be changed. Fuck you, game. Being like, all of these skills take endure to do, and it really makes me feel like that other guy, the third guy. It seems like being good at Endure is really going to be the way to be. It's going to require some testing. At least we're out of fucking glitched ice. And just getting absolutely cooked here is awesome. And I'm about to hit max stress. Oh, this has been a fucking disaster. The ability to endure is actually just fucking me. Actually fucking me. It seems really fucking stupid. There's like nothing I can do except hope for the best. I can't. And we're just getting smashed with negative. Okay, so we fucked this up. Awesome, awesome. That's so much fun. You feel the rumble through your suit, the ice. First shifting a tremor running through it, then cracking into spirally branches. Sleeper, Seraphim voice, what did you do? Yeah, I fucked up. It's just really silly that you don't get multiple actions, and it's like it's just so basically you've got to like level that up. I mean, we can't really do anything here. Neutral out plant, watch out. You see the glittering storm of ice shards kick off the surface. You glide up and out as clinking chunks of ice batter your suit. You hold up your arms to protect yourself, deflecting blows as you drift. The storm of shards subsides into a cloud of sparkling particles, and you turn to look at the damage left behind. A large chunk of ice sheet is broken away from the surface of the asteroid beneath it, cracked and fractured all around the ice and dust drift together, but the vector taking them out of the orbit of this small body. Maybe don't tell your client that we just atomized half the water on this rock. Bliss's voice trembled through the comms. I'm not an expert, but I don't think they'll be impressed. Don't worry, dude. I'm gonna end up starting again, Bliss. I can tell you that much. You watch the bright dust of the ice sheet as it trembles away from the black large trunk, catching the ice beautifully as they spin. It's one hell of a sight, but it might turn out to be an expensive mistake. You look across the asteroid and notice something missing. The black shape of the shaft, whatever secrets were there, have been buried forever. I mean, I can't. I end this cycle. I don't even think I can complete this because I have zero. I'm going to have. Okay, no, I apparently still have. This 6 has to work. Okay, and now we just need one more. We fucked this up so bad. The sample core, a long-awaited cylinder of cloudy ice, comes out of the borehole. Cleanly, it glows in the sunlight, catching the rays in the frosted interior. Nicely done, Sleeper. Bliss chirps through the comms. I've never caught an asteroid before, but the result is pretty. Let's hope it's drinkable. Let's not melt it down for liquid refreshment just yet, Seraphim chimes in. It's likely packed with unpleasant impurities. The question is, are they impurities the fast spindle can filter out? Seeing as we already lost a chunk of the ice of this rock, let's try not to get that core up here without breaking it, shall we? Seraphim shuts off the comms. You start the journey back to your ship, dragging the sample core with you. As you do, you look back down at the asteroid, wondering if it might be the bargaining chip Nelk has been looking for. You'll know soon enough. Contract complete. Okay, well, we got a trophy for that. Really, just absolutely terrible. I wonder if you can leave places and come back. Once you leave, you'll not be able to return. The answer to that question is once you leave, you'll not be able to return. No, you cannot. Fuck, bro, we've got 1111. Holy shit. On the journey back from the asteroid, you pour over the test milk it given you to run, improvising the necessary equipment from your mess. Each one produced spools of data, much of which you couldn't pass. Arriving into the vicinity of the far spindle, you broadcast these strings of data to Malk's personal terminal on the springtide as instructed. Despite all this preparation, you are still surprised when you find Malk standing at the far side of the dock tunnel as you leave the rig. Sleeper, he nods neatly at you. I thought it was better I come down here away from the crew to discuss your findings. And the findings were... Straight to the point, he clasps his hand. Good. As I suspected, the asteroid was indeed rich with water ice. Thankfully, the contaminants can be dealt with. He speaks of a matter factually, betraying a little emotion. With the data you provided, I should be able to convince the fast spindle administration of its worth. To payment then? Before I would make the payment, I would like to ask in person if you saw anything else of consequence, anything to share with me that might affect my dealings with the fast spindle. He folds his arm across his chest. I would prefer not to have any surprises when they go to retrieve the water. Fuck, I'm not gonna lie to him. The image of the section of the glittering ice shattered lost spinning in the black flashes before your eyes. Malk awaits patiently. He's gonna know anyway. We broke the ice. You tell Malk that part of the ice sheet broke away, and he lost a good portion of the asteroid's surface water. As you do, he grips the bridge of his nose and looks down. Thank you for your honesty. His expression is pained. It's possible that I can still negotiate the springtide's release, but not without exchanges I did not wish to make. There must be consequences, of course. Malk reaches in your pocket and produces a stack of Cairo chips. Bound carefully with a strip of paper, he breaks the paper seal and slits the stack. 120, he hands you the stack. Do not ask for more. You take the chips and quickly tuck them away. You take his advice and stay quiet. With that, our business is concluded, Speaker. I must speak with the administration to negotiate the release of my ship and then prepare for the immediate departure. The Syndicate will be eager for my successful return. Farewell. He glides away from the dock, leaving behind a growing fear deep inside you. So that was fucking barely worth it. We actually... I could have lied to him. That seems like that's going to have consequences later if I do that. But we basically just broke even on that job. That really was just like a terror. That wasn't great for us. I'll be honest, Chief. That wasn't great for us. Sleeper Seraphim catches your attention as you go to leave the ship. Can I have a minute? Of course, man. Seraphim ducks in the maintenance passageway and waits for you to follow. In the narrow passage framed by loose wires and thick conduit, Seraphim looks suddenly small, trapped, as he looks to open the circuitry panel as he speaks, avoiding your gaze. You see him playing with a coin in his hand, nervously spinning it in the air. Since we cleared Hexport, I've been putting feelers out for something. He rubs his hands nervously. I've been in the belt a long time, and I came here alone, but back on Darkside, just before we made a break for it, I heard something. I heard someone was looking for me. He pauses, trying to organize his thoughts. Who was after you? I also heard something else. They said the person looking for me claimed to be my sister. He waits for your reaction. You have a sister? I did, yeah, or I do. He shakes his head, but I don't know if it's really her. Just because someone says they're my sister, well, I can't be sure. The thing is, I haven't seen my sister in a long time. I was still a kid when I left, so was she. Though I don't think she would have liked to admit it at the time. She smiles to herself. I don't know you remember how it was back in Darkside. I mean, he sighs. We were alone, you and me. Lane didn't let us out much, just to work, and that was all. So when I overheard one of his guys mention someone was sniffing around trying to find me, I didn't know what to think. He frowns, and then hearing it could have been my sister, he goes quiet. You try to recall that the cycle spent with under Lane's influence, working for him in exchange for stabilizer. You close your eyes, focus, and the details flicker, the images collapse and reform. Has Seraphim told you this before? Was this all part of your plan? You wanted to go find her. Yes, he shrugs. It changed things for me, the thought that she could be out there. Don't get me wrong, I wanted to get you out of there too. He pauses, but you sense he's finding this difficult. I know it doesn't matter now, but I told you about her back then, before. How can I trust that? Well, we're not going to accuse him. He's been pretty helpful. Well, since we got away since Hexport, I've been asking around, speaking to spaces traders, and like I said, something's finally come up. It seems whoever was trailing me from Darkside pretty soon after Usubu caught wind of her sniffing around. I doubt they made her feel very welcome, but I managed to get a name. The name she gave was Lutz. It wasn't my sister, but that doesn't mean much. It gave me something to follow. She bounced around the wash a little. Farsbindle Flotsam, not sure why. He squints at a loose wire. The last thing she did was book passage to Wellspring on a Lotic freighter. I could help. I wanted to have something concrete, something clear. You want to help, now's your chance. I want to go to Wellspring Sleeper to know if it's really her, and if it isn't, to settle what needs settling. Let's do it. Thank you, Sleeper. He meets your eyes. I will admit that it has been strange reminding myself that everything we talked about back on Darkside, everything we did, it's now lost. He smiles, but I'm glad to see that you're still you, whatever that means. Me too. He nods. Anyway, let's get back to it. Seraphim squeezes past you in the corridor and guides back towards the entry room where you watch him go, wondering if your paths together can ever be reclaimed. Your mind wanders to thoughts of Seraphim's sister for a moment. You wonder what it is like to have a family, and if you'll ever know. Dude. My voice is going, so we'll drink a little drink here, I reckon. We also need to go down. Do this. Plus 14 cryo, that's good. So how many skill points do we have here? 3. Dude, I actually think that last guy would be the best, because you really want to endure for early success. And then I think you use that early success, because like the first game was all about snowballing. Like the beginning of the game, the way you start the game, that's going to have a massive effect on the rest of the run. And I will say that that last run, we can come back from what the terrible situation that we're in. But you know, we gotta think and plan. So we can do this. We can buy scrap. We don't have raw scrap. Now, can I use this to fix myself? Is the question. Because our dice are kind of like, we're kind of fucked here. Because we've got all of our dice are on 1 health. If I go buy 2 more scrap, is that going to allow us to repair them before they break? Spending 44 cryo on that is probably not the best idea. Action unavailable. Okay, so we have to wait for it to break, and everything's on the verge of breaking. This isn't good. Explore fast spindle. Okay, so we should have done that before we left. We should have done exploring section. Because that, so let's get exploring section done now. What is left? We just need to do this, right? Boom. The fast spindle lives up to its name. Its tall stench making it a real effort to travel from end to end. The local solution to this problem are transit tunnels, massive tubes bolted onto the outside of the spindle that allow for rapid passage from the bottom to the top. As you find yourself in one of these cavernous passages, bulky cargo haulers rushing by, you start to wonder if braving them is worth the effort. Back up! A shout rattles down the bare transit corridor like a gunshot, and is rapidly followed by a crunching impact. You spin back, pushing yourself against the side of the wide cylindrical passage. As you do, a hauler glides past, sending a rippling wave of air across you in its wake. What's this guy's name? He's, well, I'm sure it will say Kadik? Cadet? I don't know if that's an E or not under his thing. When the roar subsides, you hear a string of expletives coming from nearby. A spiky looking figure clutching some oddly shaped open frame object gestures wildly at the vehicle as it glides away. Dickhead. Oh, this is a woman. She spits an impressive glob of saliva down the tunnel, and it spirals in 0G. She turns to you in anger. You see that? Tried to slam me into the wall. Total dickhead. She nods firmly. No shit, haulers hate us. She sniffs and looks you up and down. Not supposed to be in a transit system without a vehicle, she squints. Not like I care, but maybe you do. What about you? She shakes the open frame in her hand. What does it look like to you? She rolls one on her shoulder, stretching out. You're new here, right? Yeah. She shrugs sympathetically. Figures. Let me give you a tip. She begins checking her open frame vehicle, tightening bolts and untangling pipes. Avoid the hauler dickheads, the lot of them, especially the water haulers. They think they're better than anyone. Of course they do. Of course they do, dude. Fucking typical people that work with water. Don't mess with the Steve draws though. They're good people, get treated like shit by everyone else, just like us. She rapidly plugs and unplugs a series of connectors. They'll show you the shortcuts. She looks you up. And never ever get in a spindle jack's way, she smiles, spinning the vehicle in her hand. Thanks. She nods. Alright then. She pauses, considering something, and then suddenly she reaches into one of her many pockets and pulls out a small, transparent rectangle punched with holes. Text glints with it reading, Cadet, Stripline Express. You take it. Cadet, she flexes proudly. That's me. Stripeline is my outfit. Carmel's, the dispatcher, small outfit that we punch above our weight. Dispatchers here in the Spindle Core, but I run the transit tunnels up and down the Spindle 10 times a cycle. You need anything moving on the Spindle, data, tech, messages, too hot for the hardline, come find me. I'll do that. She nods. Tell them I sent you. They'll make sure it gets to me. She kicks off the wall and mounts her bike, triggers a small burst of compressed air, and keeps it steady in the transit passage. You hear a buzz of a distorted speech from what you assume is her dispatcher. Cadet angles her head to the communicator and mutters back into it. Got a hop, sleeper? She looks you over, and something clicks in your eyes. An idea, or perhaps a realization. You might be able to help me with something. Package that's been bothering me. She squints down the passage. Come to the office at the stripe line in a few cycles and I'll show you. Sure. Well, call it a favor on account of me saving you back there from being flattened by a hauler. She winks. Now, you better get out of here before another hauler tries to squish you. You step back and she twists the handlebars, and bursts of air send her flying down the transit corridor at unsettling speed. You watch her go, simply caught off guard by her final remarks. What would a courier need of you? You turn the idea over your head as you find a way out of the transit corridor back to the safety of the main concourse. Do we get... We got a drive update? Okay, what's left for us to have to... Oh, here. We haven't finished here off. So I think that's the way you do it. You're going to come here, you've got to complete a bunch of drives, and you're going to want to unlock. You're going to want to unlock this so we don't suffer a -2 on every single one of the endure tasks that we come across. Now we can't do engage, which maybe that's the problem. Was that an endure or an engage in the last part? I don't remember. But it seems shit. The infamous gambling barge. Well, we can't do that, right? Hold up. We can't do engage. Signal station. Signal chasers facility. Stripeline Express. Alright, we can have a sleep. What are we looking like? Okay, so we probably don't want to have a sleep. Where's our trade hall? We can spend 60, get supplies. We can buy some fuel. We can have a rest and cycle. Plans coming together. I have a drink around here somewhere. 3 glitched dice and another one just broke on me. Why don't I just go fuck myself? Why don't I just fuck myself, actually? Recovery failed. Oh my, we are actually, we are caught in a, we are caught in hell right now. Oh my god. Oh, this is so bad, dude. This is so bad. That whole turn, that whole cycle just wiped out because of that. 3 glitched dice, and our dice broke because we're stressed, and another dice could break right now, and we're unable to repair it. Sleeper cadet drifts from the shadows outside Bliss Bay, looking around nervously. Seems like I'm going to need to call in that favor. Her face, are you okay? She doesn't seem to hear you, distracted by a group of spacers gliding noisily down the passage behind her. She waits until they pass. Someone hit Stripeline, no idea where. Kamal. A bunch of goons tearing up the place apart as we speak. She screws her face. Ever in pain. Ever tried to grab me, but those muscle heads are slow. Wait, why? Remember that package I asked you for help? Well, the one that was bothering me? I remember. I reckon it's got something to do with it. The job was a bust, an express run all the way to the underhang. But when I got there, no one home. She's whispering now, leaning close. The place was smashed up like someone got there first. Should have dumped the package and ran, but I brought it back like a good girl, stashed it in a safe spot at the strip line. Though the sender might have come to recover it, and when they didn't, well, I got curious, popped it open, shakes her head. Stupid thing to do. Inside was a drive encrypted to hell and back. When I ran into you, I heard sleepers are good with data with tech, so I thought you might be able to take a look at it. She shrugs. Now the strip line's thrashed too. Here's the thing, she glances around back. When I popped it open, I noticed the drive had a dispatch marking, Hexport. Could it be connected to Hexport getting atomized? Yeah, that's where I'm at too. The thing was sent out from there just before it got cooked. She pauses, and with the kind of attention I've been getting these past cycles, she slips a hand terminal from her bag, taps a couple of times, and then holds it up to you. Cadet stares out at you from the screen. Straight-faced and pale, beside her picture you see in block capital Spindlejack KD754 in breach of fast spindle codes B12 plus F34 reward for information leading to the capture considered dangerous. Dickheads blasted it out on the transit channel. Every Spindlejack hauler and freighter is going to be watching for me. She pulls back the terminal angrily and stuffs it away in a bag. Something's going on. Anyone who can help? She looks away. Spindlejacks don't make friends easily, and now all couriers I do know are looking to turn me in for a payout. She snaps her head to the side, her eyes flashing with anger. Why do you think I'm here? It's time for that favor, sleeper she meets. My connections are burnt. Hell, my whole career is gone. I need to fight back. If I walk away, there's nothing to walk away to. She softens. I need your help. What can I do? I need you to get the drive. She takes a breath. They want it that much? Then I can use it to buy my way off this shit show and tuck it away somewhere safe. So my guess is they haven't got it yet. You just slip in, I'll give the location and pull the thing out. She folds her arms. Should be simple. Okay, let's do it. Thank you. Look, that thing turns out to be worth something. You'll get your due. All I want is my life back. The drive is in the workshop. There's a loose panel behind the air bike rack. She leans in. It's taped to the back of the fuse block inside. I've got to keep heading down Spindle to the overhang past the end of the transit tunnels. No one will rat me out there. She glances around. I'll come find you when it's done. I've still got some network access. I know. When you go in, she winks, offering no further explanation. My bike's locked up nearby, but I gotta hop. She pauses. Do me this favor and we're clear. Stay safe. Dawn, my best sleeper, she gives you a mock salute. She slips back into the shadows, and a few moments later you hear a percussive pulse of an air bike accelerating away. You know at least what it's like to be on the run, to flee for your life, and in that you feel empathy and a connection to Cadet. But from every other angle the thing looks like bad news, the kind a sensible person would steer clear of. Brother, I'm struggling not to die. Can't really help that much. And perhaps you would steer well clear if it wasn't for one detail that has stuck in your mind. The drive is from Hexport. That is simple enough to send you down the stripe line in search of that drive. Only time will tell. Is this a timed thing? Fuck, dude. Our dice being glitched, the stress that we're facing, this is just really bad. And we have $4 to our name. Holy shit. We're in trouble, dude. We are in trouble. How that one bad run completely just fucked everything. Right. Let's go here. We have a 2. That's likely not to fail. You fuck. It failed. Okay, now we're down to 2 stress. Why am I bothering this? No, we just do this. We have to get rid of that. How do I... remove the glitch? I don't fully understand that system yet, but basically we're just not in a great position. Because we can't do it, like, we can't do anything with this, dude. This is shit. We spent the last of our money. Can we work at the kitchen? No. This is gonna be bad. So probably our only option here is this. We are starving, but we're getting money. This is, I guess, is our objective here. We've got to do engineering. We also need to leave, to be honest. Because we're just in a very bad position. Going to Flotsam, maybe it might help. We got a positive outcome on that roll. God, we are in such a terrible, 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 terrible position. We actually need to... Oh, this could be bad, boss man. This could be bad. I think we go to the hidden wreck. I think we have to go to the hidden wreck. Because we can't stay here for too long. Because we need to lower that. We need to lower the hunt. Oh, it's rough. It's rough. Right. So this could make or break us, really. 2 4s. Hopefully, this is requires engineering. This is not what you promised, Seraphin turns to Eugene with a raised eyebrow, looking across the field of debris scattered around the asteroid, whose gravity had kept me there. You have to agree. Where do you even start looking? Eugene shrugs. I said the wreck was a hidden transporter off, no flight records. I didn't say it was intact. If it was an easy job, I wouldn't have come with a crew. Could have just grabbed it myself. He winks. We all own our share. That's definitely more than one wreck. Bliss is leaning towards the window, staring out at the glittering debris. I see at least 3, maybe 4 different engine houses out there. Seraphin sighs. You really think that's something of value to be pulled from all that? I know there is. My tip-off is good. We just need to find the right part. He looks out at the wide field of debris. Let's get to it then. Hold up, Seraphin raises. Eugene, can you at least tell us what needle we're looking for in this haystack? What I know is that the wreck with an item of great value is out there. That is, he unstraps from his seat. Are you all afraid of some hard work? Is that it? Seraphin starts laughing. So you're telling me we don't know what we're looking for, where it is, or what it's worth? Yeah, this doesn't seem great. Trust me or don't. Eugene shrugs. This will be worth your while. This is a hot tip. Sleeper, please. Seraphin turns to you, exasperated. Suddenly, a percussive beep interrupts the conversation. All of you turn attention towards Seraphin's terminal. What the? He taps a few keys. We got a ship incoming. Their transponder just popped up. See, Eugene smiles. What did I say? A hot tip. We better claim it before they do. He jabs his finger at the readout. What have you got us into? Eugene looks innocent. I've given you a head start on a big haul. Don't waste it. I see a few obvious side shards, bits of debris, clear hull sectors. We should focus on those. Bliss unclips from the seat and guides back to the cockpit. See you lucky kids in the airlock. Ready, Cap. Eugene slaps you on the shoulder and kicks off through the cockpit door. Let's go. Oh, fuck. Okay, what is this? Incoming vessel in 2 turns. We have 3 locations that we could go to, and they all have very long Okay, let's interface engineering, shuttle access, so it could be that. Scattered wreckage, analyze the debris. Endure. We're not going to die from endure, which is nice. We don't seem to have a fail. How do I use their dice? You know what I mean? Like, how do I use this guy? He has 2 6s. Oh my god. I can do that. I'm actually so fucking stupid. It's next level. Chief, I'm an idiot. Just one of the fundamental parts of the game I wasn't utilizing. Like, I knew that I had the option to use their dice, I just wasn't sure how. New location discovered. And then you can see, so this is interface, so we have to wait on that. We go to here. We grab his 2 6s. Utilize the team. And come over here. God, that makes things so much easier. It's actually insane. I think we have a sleep off that, right? Or should I just use the... Okay, yeah, well, I shouldn't have done that, because this stress is going to break. That was so fucking stupid. How many dice just break? None. Good news. Eugen is rolling nothing but 6s. He got a little bit of stress. Brother, that's fine. Cutter remains. That's going to be for you next turn, boss man. We're going to come down here. We're going to throw this in. We're going to get another positive outcome because we're super lucky. Fucking told ya. What do we get? We got an unstable cipher. Will be erased at the end of contract. Cool. No idea how that helps me. God damn. And you suck at both of these. Okay. Bliss, why do we bring you? You're actually fucking useless right now. You can't help with either of these. Positive. Neutral outcome's fine. Yeah, so that's... Wait, if I do that for them, that's going to be negative for them. I could do that, but that seems stupid. Let's have a... cycle. Well, I can't believe I've been messing up on like one of the main. I just didn't understand how to use the ability. Eugene, you piece of shit, where are you? The distorted voice rattles through the ship as you're all finished your breakfast in the mess. Everyone turns to look at Eugene. Seraphin already shaking his head. Vesna, he says under his breath. You suddenly recall the steel-eyed captain who confronted Eugene at the Gry back on the far spindle. Open this airlock before I do something I'll regret. As her voice echoes through the room, you realize that she must be at the rig's entry lock, using the comm panel to speak through the ship. Eugen? He shoots you a resigned look. We should let her in. You kick off towards the door, but Seraphin drifts between you and the exit. Sleeper, you sure about this? You can see he is angry, but he's also looking for reassurance. I've got it, bro. It's all good. Seraphin raises an eyebrow. I like your confidence, Sleeper, but the moment this starts to go south, he shoots Eugene a glance. We're booting them out. Eugene follows you as you guide down the airlock and hit the control off for the exterior door. Let me handle her. Eugene gives you a nod. Yeah, fine, man. You take care of this. It's your problem. He nods appreciatively and drifts between you and the airlock. You watch as the airlock cycles, and past Eugene you see the silhouette of Vesna through the viewing window as she removes the helm of her suit. Though he has been playing it cool, you see Eugene take a deep breath in preparation. I should shoot you right here. Vesna floats through the airlock door, her eye implants glinting, but I wouldn't want to give the wrong impression. Her metal eyes make it impossible to read her tone. Let her talk. This is how you treat all your clients, Eugene. Promise to deliver the coordinates they help you to find, and then instead, when you find out their value, you go to another crew and try to steal the prize from under their nose. I knew you were an amateur, she smiles, but I didn't know you were an idiot too. Tell whatever stories you want, Vesna. Until I am paid, there is no deal, Eugene smiles. Did you pay me, Vesna? Vesna looks frustrated. You know as well as I do the payment was on the receipt of the coordinates. Well, sorry to say, I won't be able to deliver. Eugene shrugs. Deal's off. You piece of shit, Vesna hands go to her hip. Now, you're a guest on this ship. Seraphine's voice comes out from somewhere behind you. Let's all remember that. You turn back to see Seraphine holding a hull bolter at his waist, its wide muzzle trained on Vesna. Vesna lets her hand go loose of her side, abandoning the threat. Of course, she sighs. I thought you might all see the breach of trust in this situation, but I was wrong. I don't want to escalate this. On that we agree. She backs a little towards the door. Eugene, she looks at the freelancer. Don't think I'll back off. My team can find this thing faster than any mongrel crew. She smiles. First to take the prize takes all. May the best crew win. She smiles. Indeed. Vesna slips back into the airlock in the control panel and the door scissors shut. Eugene suddenly trembles forward as if something hit him in the side of the head. Idiot. Seraphine stands behind Eugene, having swung a heavy muzzler from the heavy bolter directly into his head. If you ever put this crew in danger again... Dude, stop. Sleeper, you know I value your kindness and your patience, but this idiot almost got us killed. Seraphine is breathing heavy, his anger apparent. He still might. Yeah, but like... giving a guy a concussion when we need to explore all these ruins doesn't exactly fucking help us, does it now? It doesn't really help us, does it? Eugene catches himself in the wall. It's okay, he wipes a little blood from his forehead. I get it, that was sloppy. Your whole thing is sloppy, Seraphine bristled. This is how you get yourself killed. As much as I'm enjoying this little display of aggression and idiocy, you know, Bliss, she really is talking sense here. We still have a contract to complete. They push to start suiting up, and now we have competition. We should leave. Seraphine slings the hull bolter onto his shoulder. Cut our losses. Now wait, Eugene wipes the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. All of this and you're going to give up? And turn tail? Eugene's right. Shit, Seraphine, you are right. Alright, he guides over to Eugene and pats him on the shoulder. Time to prove your worth, I'll be watching. How many days do I have? Too bad Bliss is fucking useless in this situation. We throw a 6 on this? What are we looking at here? That's an endure skill. Okay. I'm thinking... we do this. Don't care if you get stressed, dude. Care if I get stressed though. That's a double. What do we get here? Raw scrap. Fucking yay. So we can do this. Throw the Endurer out. We have him. 100% positive. Huge. Alright, what's next? Well, we have supplies for 3 more days. We're gonna have a little sleep. And we got a big day. One of our things just broke. Not great. Alright, Eugene. Need you to cook here. Huge. We have a 25%. We just need this to go neutral. Are you actually... we really needed that to go neutral, dude. We're in a bad position here. Okay. Input this cipher. Okay, we can get you. You have a 6. Get that going. We throw this in. We're going to hopefully not lose too many dice on this rest. This is our last day. We lost another dice, dude. That's so much to repair. Okay, you don't have an engineering skill, right? So we do this. We do this. Boom. The cargo bay doors shutter open in silence as Eugene levers them apart. This is it, the final lever you pull back before you reach Eugene's mysterious prize. You can't help but feel a little excited. There's also a sense of satisfaction to the idea that you beat Vesna's crew to the wreck and you found it, you crack it open, and now you will be the one to reap the rewards. Focus on the job too. We're just going to bask in success. Like, come on, focus on the job. The doors are open enough for a person to glide through. Beyond, there is only darkness of the cargo bay. You follow Eugene in, the headlamps on your suit lighting his back, and a dusty void beyond. You see the boxes appear. As if by magic out of the dark, Eugene glides past them. Does he not see them? You stop and take a look at the loot. A stack of 4 sealed boxes sit in the middle of the bay, their armored exteriors caked in dust. You wipe it away and squint at the aging label. You look at the industrial ship components still sealed, totally untouched. In the belt, where most deck has been through hundreds of hands, patched up and reconfigured. This is a solid haul, but not the kind of haul that gets crews fighting over it. Something doesn't add up. They aren't here. Eugene's voices crack through the radio. What? Back wall of the bay. Come see. You kick off the crates and glide through the dark until you see at Eugene the back wall of the cargo. And something that confuses you for a second. A black shape, a rugged cycle around Eugene. You squint. Inside, tiny lights twinkle. Takes you back a moment, but you realize that you're looking through a hole in the wall to the stars beyond. Someone beat us to it. His voice flat. They're gone. Vesna? No, he points, looking at Edge. This was a long time ago. They punched in and took her. What was it? Eugene turns back, his face pale in your torch headlights. He seems to be lost for words. Folks, Bliss's voice comes through the suit comms channel. I think I've got Seraphim telling me Vesna's crew are heading this way, so whatever you've got in there, if you want to keep it, get it, grab it, and get out now. I'm already heading down to the rig. I'll get the cargo bay open and prepped for your arrival. They pause. Don't dawdle. We go now. Eugene seems to regain focus. The crates, he nods. Let's grab them and go. You glide back across the bay, your mind still racing with questions. Something about Eugene's reactions tell you that he knew what he was expecting to find here. If that's the case, you think it's yet another lie he told you. Well, I hate that, because that's not a lie. He just didn't tell us the full truth. Not telling us the full truth is not the same as a lie. You both reach the crates and quickly lash them together, guiding them weightlessly out of the room between you, and as you do, you meet eyes with Eugene, and he looks away. I really hope you two idiots are on the way back, Seraphim chirps over the radio, because Vesna's boys are about to reach the wreck you're on. We're inbound, Eugene quickly responds, and he clicks his radio off. Well, Seraphim continues. Tell me then, what ancient and powerful treasure did you find in that thing? Gold, a Conway warhead, 3 crates of components. Seriously? Seraphim pauses, sleeper. Me and you are going to need to have a serious chat. You cross the debris field and slip to the ship in silence, and your eyes on the scrap for a sign of Vesna's crew. You don't think they'd ambush you, but then again, you wouldn't put it past them. As you reach the cargo bay and guide the crates through the open door, you shoot Eugene a final glance. Give me time, he says over the radio. I'll explain in time. You consider pressing him, even shouting at him, but you realize there will be plenty of time for that on the journey back to the fast spindle. For now, you just want to get out of here. The better crew is a trophy we just got. We did well. We did well on that one. We didn't lose everything. We're not in the best shape, but we could be in worse shape, I suppose. Okay. All of our dice just broke. So yeah, we'd be hard pressed to be in worse shape than whatever the fuck this is. We are really in trouble here, Chief. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is terrible. I suck at this game. I suck at this game. Right. Well, there's no point repairing. Action unavailable. Wait, did I not return? Oh my god, I stayed there and then let everything break. So I'm actually the dumbest person to have ever walked the face of the earth. Because we're starving? I could have avoided that whole mistake. Oh my god, I need to lock in way more, dude. Eugene has spent the journey. What did we get? Did we at least get something good? We got 4 rare components that we can use to repair the 4 cracked dice that we have. So maybe it's not that bad. Eugene has spent the journey back from the far spindle, avoiding Seraphim as best he can. It might be that he's afraid, but you get the feeling it's more likely that he's been making himself scarce out of a genuine sense of regret. Seraphim, however, doesn't see his behavior so favorably. Slimy shit won't even show his face. Seraphim complains loudly as he finalizes Doggy. Put us in a space's crew sites with not a care for anyone but himself. Enough, Seraphim. Seraphim turns to shoot you an irritated look, but as he does, you see his eyes jump to the door behind you. You hear the rustle of movement behind your head, and you turn to see Eugene in the cockpit's doorway, a rare serious expression on his face. I owe you all an explanation, his voice low and steady. Believe it or not, that was not my plan. Yeah, your plan was to find the loot in the wreck and split with it, wasn't it, big man? Seraphim glares at Eugene. I don't think that was his plan either. No. Eugene gives him a tired look. It wasn't. Hear him out, Seraphim. Bliss cuts in from the back of the cockpit. Vesna has been searching for a ship. Eugene looks over your heads at the fast spindle. An infamous ship. Seems like she already had a ship, Seraphim interrupts. That was part of the problem. Not a rig, Eugene looks down towards him. A fraction drive ship. An interstellar ship. That seems to shut Seraphim up. And you don't blame him. An interstellar ship here in the belt? That's the tech of the core systems. No way. Eugene sighs. I get that you don't trust me, but I'm not lying. I shouldn't even be telling you now. Eugene frowns. Word gets out that there's a factory fresh fraction ship somewhere in the belt. People kill for less. He shakes his head. Gangs kill for much less. So you're telling me a fraction ship that no one ever found has been sitting here since when? Seraphim shakes his head. Since the collapse? Believe it or not, that's exactly it. Eugene looks to you. Vesna put me on the trail. She wanted me to find its location for repayment. He looks away. An old debt. But the moment I found the data that verified his existence and confirmed the ship was out there, I couldn't give it to her. And that's when you found me. Why did you keep it from her? Eugene folds his arms. You may have met Vesna, but you don't know her. She's one of the last people in the belt who should have a ship like that. Well, no one has a ship now. Even if it exists, need I remind you that it wasn't there? Your data was a bust? No. It was there once. Those wrecks. Those were the ships that fought over the fraction ship, a bunch of Solheim corporates who wanted to get out of the system when it all came down. And that ship was their ticket. The Alphelian path, Eugene looks out at the fast spindle. It was there, but someone moved and hid it long before we got there. Leave the belt, sign me up. You and me both, Sleeper. I'm sorry, Sleeper. He looks at Bliss and Seraphim, and to both of you as well. I wanted to keep this secret. I wanted to find the Alphelian path, and I knew that if I did, you would understand. Still, I was wrong to manipulate you. He bows his head. Now, I don't think he manipulated us. He just... I don't really see what he did as manipulation. Like, we went somewhere to get something and it wasn't there. We didn't know what it was, you know. But I'm not done. He raises his head. His gaze hard now. I will find the ship and I will leave the belt. How will you do that? Seraphim shoots him a sly look. With no ship of your own and Vesna at your back. Eugene ignores him and moves closer to the sleeper. I will uphold our deal. I will serve on your crew. And when I have news of Aphelion, you will know. This is what we agreed. Seraphim turns to you. I know. I always say it. But this time you have to listen to the sleeper. Seraphim gestures to Eugene. This guy is no good. I've known his type. Don't bring him. This can be your escape too, sleeper. Eugene meets your eyes. You're in. Seraphim sighs, getting up from his seat. You've got a lot to prove. He passes close to Eugene as he leaves, and you better get on with it. Eugene meets his eye and says nothing. Once Seraphim is gone, he looks at you and nods. Thank you. He turns and leaves. Quite the ragtag group we have here. Bliss nudges past you. I know you understand what a second chance means for you, sleeper. They smile, but I'm glad to see you understand what it means for others that need the same. They slip out before you can respond. You stare out of the cockpit at the lights of the far spindle. You hope Eugene understands his mistake, and you hope even harder that Vesma doesn't hold a grudge, even though you know for a fact she does. You sigh. The bunks are going to need expanding at this rate. Well, we are starving to death, and we got no money from that. So... let's get some cupcakes. Oh, jeez, we're in trouble here, Chief. Let's process some raw scrap here. Process some more raw scrap here. What does that give us? Processed scrap. Can I sell processed scrap? What can I do with processed scrap? Ready for exchange. Can I use it to heal? I cannot. I can't believe I actually fucked my whole thing up. And that went terribly as well. Let's see if we can figure out what to do with the processed scrap. Surely we can sell it or something. God, we're so fucking broke. We can't even. So I guess for economy, the best thing to do here is to repair. And then hope our thing doesn't break next turn. And our glitch is full. I fucking don't understand how the glitch works. Because it's just a sucky system I don't like. Right. Fuck, hopefully we don't break off one. We're gonna have to leave here. We have to leave. It's the only thing we can do. It's hard to tell where Flotsam ends and the ship parked at the many docking bridges begins. As Seraphin docks with the station, you realise that the rig now looks like another piece of acclimated technology. One more bit of driftwood added to the raft. I love this place, Seraphin smiles as he shuts down the engines. You never know what you'll find. You've been here before? Yeah, back when I first came to the belt, the crew I signed on used to run salvage jobs out of here. Fun place to spend your wages. You see Bliss eyeing the station with what looks like both horror and fascination. You see the seals? He pointed at some twisted assembly of ship parts. Total cowboy welds. They could pop at any moment. Seraphin waves away their concern. Oh, that's just the outer layer. I heard there's 6 or 7 in all. If one fails, it's no problem. He stretches and turns. You've got to taste some of the stuff they grow in the old Tucker. He kisses his fingers. That's the good shit. Oh, great. Bliss sighs. So many layers of redundancy and fallbacks that you have no hope of isolating a leak and fixing it. They rap on the wall and ring. Sounds like a ship I know. Agree with Bliss. They smile as you join in with a joke, but Seraphin doesn't look impressed. She got you two out here, didn't she? He looks between the two of you. No sense of gratitude. I was joking. Bliss looks a little hurt and drifts out of the cockpit, shaking their head. You go follow, but Seraphin puts a hand on your shoulder. Sleeper, he looks suddenly serious. Remember what I said about getting checked out? There are artifices all over the place. It'll take a bit of searching, but we need to know what is exactly going on with you. That's why we're here. Good, Seraphin nods. Let me know what they say. I'm gonna go see if any of my old haunts are still open. He drifts out of the cockpit with a mock salute. Catch you later. You are left alone in the cockpit with a view of Flotsam's chaotic structure. You look over the multicolored plating. It does, you admit, have a certain charm. It's very small compared to the last place. What do we got here? We got a bar, ferris tanker, visiting fuel freighter. Buy scope components, we can buy fuel, we can fill fuel. We mainly need work, we're kind of stuck. Take a recovery contract, scrap plus components, input a cryo, buy a meal. And the Flotsam hub. We can have a sleep. Yeah, those ones are real good, dude. Those ones are real good. That's what we want, baby. A whole heap of ones. That's fine. We'll buy some food. God, we're so fucked. It's incredible how fucked we are. It's ridiculous. I'm playing this so bad, it's ridiculous. The chaos of Flotsam intrigues you. Passage to passage, it's the most incoherent place you have ever visited. Plating, cladding, and cushioning of all kinds. Conditions hide a forest of wires and ducts interfering in ways that manufacturers would never dream possible. Rooms are crushed cargo bays, flipped bridges, and eviscerated engine rooms. Patchwork corridors are lumped with massive welds, blending worryingly along their lengths. It is, to put it nicely, a total mess. It's not that you don't like it, but finding an artificer among this chaos, has been more than a little challenging. This cycle, searching these winding passages once more, Seeing only scrap merchants and junk shops, you have to begin to wonder if Seraphin had any idea what he was talking about when he advised that you come here. As Sleeper, the voice cuts through the pungent air. Well, I never. Was this Gene me? You glance in the voice's direction and find yourself looking at a small booth piled with plastic tech. Behind a fogged and scratched plastic screen is a meticulously arranged counter, the only clear spot in sight. At it, an old man with wet and wondering eyes sits neatly. Approach the booth. Gene Me tilts his head. I didn't mean to be rude. Please, he allows a little bow. That's okay. He smiles warmly, almost bowing again, his hunched shoulders accentuating the movement. How, he paused, taking care with his speech. How are you feeling, Sleeper? He beckons you a little closer. I'm Gene McCall, though please call me Gene Me. I work with machines. He sweeps a hand above the counter, where you see configurations of tiny parts, mostly small ones. He smiles. I'm not great. Of course, he chops with his hand to indicate a stool with a leg bar meant for perching beside his counter. And such is the clarity and persuasiveness of his movement that you sit. Your presence is a rare honor here. He smiles and looks down at his lap. I'm sorry if I make you uncomfortable. I'm very pleased to see you. That's okay. He looks up. It's very kind of you to say. I can see your journey to me has not been easy, he says, with genuine concern. You track his eyes across your body, noticing the scuff marks on your thick vinyl-like skin, the replaced and broken parts of your body, the marks of violence. You pull your jacket a little tighter. Jimmy folds his hand one over the other and places them on the counter. I don't know what your experience has been, but I want to assure you that I see you as a person, as a being, a soul, shall we say, as valid as any other. As you look at Mijin, his age and wear all so evident, a life of precise and careful work shaping his body into a reflection of his process. You note his unconfident way of speaking, which betrays a certain loneliness, a lack of practice. It is his turn to feel observed. I understand. You are kind. The frankness of the remark takes you by surprise. You look down at the counter and begin to take apart. He looks down at the counter and begins to take apart a tiny piece of machinery that sits there. Many years ago, when I began my apprenticeship, I would find that whenever I saw something that had to say was not working well, I was fixated on it and its repair. He tinkers with parts, twisting them precisely. Of course, the belt is filled with this kind of dysfunctional detail. And so, I was busy for many years with these small things. He smiles in reminiscence. But now I find, when I'm interested in a thing that is not working as it should be, he sharply twists one of the parts between his fingers. It might have some quality not yet foreseen or discovered. He releases the altered object into the air, where it ballically, I don't know how to say that, twists in a hypnotic display like a spinning top whose movements are totally unpredictable. Yeah, Jimmy smiles at you watching the hypnotic toy. I can see that you're in the process of becoming Sleeper. He catches the spinning toy between his fingers. Let me aid you in this. What do you mean? Jimmy's precise hand drops to a device around his neck and he deftly pulls a pair of goggles up to his face, masking his wet eyes. Hold still, Sleeper. Something flickers inside the goggles, their face blank. Jingming hands play across the buttons and twitches on the exterior, tuning, focusing. Let him work. When the goggles are finally lowered, they reveal a look of concern on his face. I think you better come inside. He kicks off the desk and disappears. A moment later, you hear a rattle and a small bulkhead door beside the booth that you had assumed was rusted shut creaks open. Jimmy beckons you inside. Jimmy's workshop is even more cramped than you expect. As you enter, you are surrounded on all sides with netting holding bundles and bundles of terminals, servers, drives and cables. At its center, a padded seat and a set of articulated arms mounted with sensors and tools fill the space. This seat, please. Jingming gestures with a polite smile. Sit. You tentatively sit Settle on the seat, slipping your arms and feet into the straps meant to keep you from floating out of it in zero G. Jimmy floats beside you. He looks across your body. There is damage here, I see that. We'll get to that. But I see something else here as well. This is why you came. He looks at you solemnly. Yes. Though I've never met a sleeper, I have studied them. I was lucky enough to acquire some materials from S&ARP some time ago. In the interest of my own endeavours, he begins arranging a series of sensors around you on the arms. You are presently distinct from those materials. His eyes flash with excitement, and I'm right in thinking you have been modified. I rebooted myself. Yes, I can see that your dependency on stabilizer on the immune recording portion of its makeup at least has been broken. It gives you a precise look, but that's not all. You are physically modified, not externally but internally. He carefully positions the final sensor. Your tracker is disabled, which makes it impossible for S&ARC to find you. Congratulations, he smiles broadly. But that's not all at all. You've been modified, but you're also being modified as we speak. You feel a strange claustrophobia as Jimmy's statement. Modified? Seraphim rebooted your systems, ran a recording protocol, but that shouldn't have physically changed you. It only removed your planned obsolescence. How? Jimmy goes to a terminal and flicks a switch through the back translucent screen, and you see a nodal web in the vague shape of a sitting body, your body. These changes appear to be complex, subtle, but consistent. Jimmy goes silent as he taps the terminal. The representation of your body rotating and unfolding in unsettling motions. What changes? See here, he points at the flickering representation of your spine, tracing a line towards your head. Your nervous system is growing additional nodal points here and here. Meanwhile, your emulation interface is growing an umbilical access port, though towards what end I'm unsure. You instinctively reach back and touch the base of your head. As you do, the scan flickers the screen with noise. You feel something there growing under the thick of your vinyl skin. You feel a lump, or is that your imagination? You pick at it. Ji-Ming sighs and shuts off the terminal. The changes are partial, and in all honesty, he gestures sharply at the sensor. The resolution is too poor. I need to run a full diagnostic. For that I would need. He drifts over another terminal and brings screens of text and diagram. Yes, some kind of medium to hold your suspended emulation. The access jack I can build myself, but we will need to bridge your emulation. Jimmy speaks quietly, almost to himself. A ship mind would be ideal for this. Would have to be a high capacity, a prime ship mind, Solheim in origin. Perhaps Helium Gate might hold records of any that are in the system. He taps the terminal. Jimmy turns back to you. Yes, the prime ship mind is essential if you wish to further investigations to be done. I will need all of the above. He thumbs off the terminal. I'm sorry to say, sleeper. Can't you tell me more? Accurately, no. He meshes his fingers in front of his chest. It is clear that a process has begun, but has yet to complete. Jimmy brushes himself with taking down the sensors, busies himself with taking down the sensors and folding away the articulated arms. As he does, you try to calm yourself. You feel as if worms under your skin, and it takes all your focus not to pick at the seams. Jimmy suddenly but gently places a hand on yours. Please remain calm. He puts careful, restored rare component in your hand. This can help you. Jimmy waits for you to fall still. Then he leans back a little, reveling some of the strange intimacy of the moment. For now, our work is concluded. He meshes his fingers again and bows a small head bob. But you're welcome anytime. Thank you, of course. His manner seemed to have returned to somewhat more business-like, a humble man who knows his customers' needs. You get up from the seat a little dazed and push away from the passage. Safe travel, sleeper, Jinmi says quietly, placing the promise list in your hands as he lets you back into the station. You leave dazed, unsure of how you feel about the insistence of this man's particular kindness, but most of all haunted by the idea of unseen processes that are running within you. Part of you does not wish to know anything further, to leave this place and never look back, and another is desperate to immediately retrieve every object on the list so that you might know what strangeness is happening within you. For now, you must steady yourself and find a way to continue. Oh, he gave me a rare component. Seraphim comes to find you in your bunk. After Jimmy's assessment, you find yourself drifting back to the rig, in need of the familiarity and comfort of your own ship. Sleeper Hedris, we found an artificer. He hovers at the door, looking concerned. Explain. You tell him about Jimmy, how he offered you repairs and ran an assessment of your frame. You describe the cramped booth, the arms, the strangeness of seeing your own body atomized upon a terminal screen, and then you tell him that your body is changing, growing in ways Jimmy cannot identify, the same that some process has started and you don't know where it will end. You mention umbilical ports and nodal points, trying to best to remember the details of the things that Jimmy asked you to receive. Seraphim grows pale and silent. He shakes his head when you stop talking. Lane, he frowns. That piece of shit has to be behind it. Perhaps. For sure. Seraphim looks stubbornly at the floor. Well, we'll get what you need. We'll find a ship mind. He nods. A bit of work in there and we can make it to Helion Gate and whatever you need. Thank you. Just say the word, okay? He goes quiet. Don't give up on yourself just yet, he smiles. Get up and get back to it. And with that he turns and kicks off down the corridor, disappearing from sight. You wait a little while, staring at the stained ceiling of your bunk, letting the thoughts settle into your mind. And then when you are ready, you get up and leave, dazed, but with a stony determination growing in your chest. Right, what do we need? We need a prime ship mine. That's, I imagine, going to be very hard to get. But I think we're going to end it there, because I am starting to not be able to read properly. I think we did a solid... And I'm starving, bro. I'm going to go eat some burgers. This game's awesome. This game's a lot harder than the first one, but also I've just, like, completely messed up a whole bunch of, like, basic parts of the game, and that was making it a lot harder than it needed to be. But yeah, I've been the Viper Moose. Like, subscribe, do all that good stuff. It means the world to me. Most importantly, I hope you enjoyed the video, and I hope you have a lovely day. Catch you in the next one. Probably tomorrow we'll be back doing the same thing. Have a good one. Cheers.